Chapter 523. The last light spot in Zhongling Mountain. The battle between Zhuowen and Lve Tao had reached its climax. Regardless of whether it was Zhuowen or Lve Tao, both of them had given their all in order to fight for the first place in Zhongling Mountain, as well as the right to ascend to the summit. They all knew that only the first place had the right to ascend to the summit of Zhongling Mountain. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the leaders of the various forces on the platform or the countless genius warriors in the square, all of them were silent. They held their breaths as their gazes were fixed on the light spots that were almost stuck together. Although most of them did not know what was going on between Zhuowen and Lve Tao in Zhongling Mountain, they knew that the battle between Zhuowen and Lve Tao had reached its climax. They all knew that the winner of the first place would be known very soon, especially when they saw that the light spots that represented Zhuowen and Lve Tao were chasing after each other and approaching each other. Everyone's emotions reached a high point. A fierce battle between dragons and tigers. This is a true fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Lve Tao went from the 9,700th step to the 9,950th step. His speed soared to the extreme at that moment. It could be said that he was so fast that it was dazzling. However, that Zhuowen is not bad either. He actually closed in step by step and did not give in at all. That's right. Lve Tao obviously used some kind of secret technique at the end. That's why his speed became so fast. However, even though his speed was so fast, not only did Zhuowen not pull away from him, but he is now only 20 steps away from Lve Tao. It's really terrifying. Between them, who will be the first? Sounds of discussion, uproar, and exclamations swept across the entire platform and square like a frenzied storm. Everyone was excited and expectant. They were all looking forward to who would be the first place in the end. On the platform, countless leaders could no longer sit still. They all stood up and stared at the Golden Tower. Zhuowen's miraculous performance had finally moved and shocked all the leaders. At this moment, everyone had forgotten that Zhuowen was only from a low-level city. They only knew that Zhuowen already had the qualifications to compete with Lve Tao for first place. Moreover, the possibility of this was extremely high. Is this Zhuowen really just a warrior from a low-level city? One incredible kid to be able to force Lu Yitao, the #1 genius of Muqin County, into such a state, Zhuowen's name will shake the entire Muqin County, even if he loses. Furthermore, if this Zhuowen is truly able to surpass Lve Tao's ranking on Zhongling Mountain, his name will definitely shake the entire Muqin County. At the front of the platform, the 5 leaders, who had extraordinary status and strength, were also shocked. Among them, Lu Nanshan's expression was the most interesting. At this moment, Lu Nanshan's face was filled with undisguised shock. He was really shocked by Zhuowen's performance. As the leader of the house of Marquis Qin, he was very clear about how unfathomable Lve Tao's strength was. However, Zhuowen was actually able to force Lve Tao into such a state and even had the potential to surpass Lve Tao at any time. This Zhuowen must definitely be recruited. The potential of such a genius is not inferior to Lve Tao. If this kid is properly trained, he will be another Lve Tao. In the Battle of the 9 Counties half a year later, he will also shine brilliantly. After the shock, Lu Nanshan's heart revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. As the leader of Muqin County in name, Lu Nantian placed the overall situation above all else. His breadth of mind was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Even if Zhuowen were to defeat Lve Tao and obtain the first place today, Lu Nantian would not make things difficult for Zhuowen. Instead, he would recruit him into the house of Marquis Qin and properly train him. This kind of genius was exactly what their Muqin County lacked. At this moment, within Zhongling Mountain, clouds were lingering and the mountain was trembling. Terrifying, beastly roars continuously sounded throughout the entire Zhongling Mountain. On the 9,930th step, Zhuowen's entire body was trembling. His body that was covered with golden veins gradually began to crack. Streams of golden blood flowed through his body and landed on the steps below his feet. The pressure here was extremely terrifying. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on his body. The extreme pain almost made Zhuowen have the urge to roar towards the sky. However, Zhuowen did not. At this moment, his expression was extremely calm, so calm that it was somewhat terrifying. Although the pain of the terrifying pressure pressing down on his body spread throughout his body, Zhuowen did not groan in pain. What's the point of pain? What's this little bit of pain? I've suffered much more than this. Could it be that I'm afraid of you? Boom! With a low roar, Zhuowen's feet suddenly stepped out and methodically climbed towards the top of the mountain. He knew that he was already very close to LV Tao. He was also extremely close to the top of the mountain. He would not fall down at this moment, nor did he want to fall down. At this moment, LV Tao's hair was disheveled. His expression was malevolent and painful. That crazy and blazing gaze filled LV Tao with a terrifying aura. Every 10 steps, LV Tao would subconsciously look at the identity badge in his palm. Then, he would punch the increasingly dim blood claw totem on his chest, barely supporting him as he continued to move forward. 9,960 steps. 9,970 steps. 9,980 steps. 9,990 steps. When LV Tao reached the 9,990th step, the pressure here had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even LV Tao couldn't help but kneel on one knee under the pressure of the 9,990th step. Countless wounds appeared on his body as a bloody mist exploded. There are still 10 steps left. As long as I cross the 10th step, I will be able to reach the top of the mountain, and I will be the undisputed number one. LV Tao suddenly roared. His eyes were filled with madness. His hands formed into fists and fiercely smashed onto his chest. The powerful force caused him to involuntarily spit out a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, the extremely dim blood claw totem on his chest suddenly dissipated. The instant the totem dissipated, waves of terrifying energy finally filled LV Tao's body. This was the last bit of energy from the blood demon's blood essence. At this moment, LV Tao was clearly prepared to go all out. Tap, tap, tap. Heavy footsteps slowly sounded on the steps. LV Tao was walking very slowly, like an old cow pulling a cart. With heavy steps, he walked step by step towards the final peak of the mountain. 9,991 stair. 9,993 stair. 9,995 stair. 9,997 stair. 9,999 stair. Poochie. In the end, LV Tao's feet stopped at the 9,999 steps. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his expression became much gloomier. At this moment, he knew that he had reached his limit. The last step, the 10,000th step, let's cross it. I want to reach the peak of the mountain. A beast-like roar was emitted from his throat. LV Tao's expression was crazed as he stepped onto the 10,000th step without a care. Immediately, the entire Zhongling mountain trembled and the sky changed color. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible pressure on the 10,000th step seemed to have substance as it gathered into an invisible mountain that enveloped LV Tao. Poochie. Under this pressure, LV Tao was sent flying without any ability to resist. However, the instant he was sent flying, LV Tao's gaze focused on the peak of the mountain within the hazy clouds. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see the stone statue that stood on the peak of the mountain again. The huge and majestic stone statue seemed to be slowly lowering its head at this moment, silently gazing at LV Tao, who was already flying away. What exactly is on the peak of the mountain? What exactly is there? Back then, LV Han Tian had never seen it. Today, I have also never seen it. A soft sigh slowly sounded out. LV Tao took out his identity token and gently rubbed it. Instantly, it turned into a pillar of light and disappeared from Zhongling Mountain. He knew that he was unable to reach the peak of the mountain. At this moment, only Zhuowen was left on the entire mountain. The entire Zhongling Mountain seemed to have suddenly become deathly silent the moment LVE Tao left. The square and platform outside Zhongling Mountain also became incomparably silent. When LVE Tao, who was covered in blood, finally appeared on the square, all the genius practitioners on the square had their mouths slightly agape. The atmosphere had become exceptionally strange and silent. No one had expected that LVE Tao would leave Zhongling Mountain before Zhuowen. At this moment, in the huge golden tower, almost everyone's name had become dim. The only light that was still shining was second Zhuowen, 9,950th step. Everyone was looking forward to the only figure left on Zhongling Mountain. Would this young man, named Zhuowen's final results surpass LVE Tao's record and forcefully reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain? At this moment, LVE Tao's expression was gloomy and his brows were filled with exhaustion. The moment he appeared on the square, the other genius practitioners that belonged to the house of Marquis Qin in the square came to LVE Tao's side and helped him to a quieter corner to recuperate from his injuries. Under the support of a few people, LVE Tao's expression was still indifferent. However, his slightly trembling hands revealed the emotions in his heart at this moment. In the square, all the practitioners consciously opened up a path for LVE Tao to walk through. Everyone stared at the young man in front of them in awe. They knew that this was a peerless genius who had almost reached the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Such a genius and expert would naturally receive everyone's respect and awe. Slowly sitting in the corner, LVE Tao did not say a word from beginning to end. When he sat down, he immediately took out his identity token. His gaze was fixed on the light that was in second place, and his expression was filled with a complicated expression. He really did not expect that the young man, who he had not placed in his eyes back then, would actually be able to force him to such an extent in Zhongling Mountain. He had even forced him to use almost all of his trump cards. Zhuowen, first place will definitely be mine, unless you reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Chapter 524. 9999 steps at this moment. Regardless of whether it was the platform or the plaza, everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding as they sunk into silence. Heavy and excited breathing sounds gradually spread out from the crowd as their gazes were tightly fixed on the huge golden tower. This was because the 1,000-story golden tower had almost completely dimmed. Only the second story at the top still had a spot of light that was as dazzling as a small sun. Second place, Zhuowen, 9,950 steps. He was only 49 steps away from first place, LVE Tao. Everyone was anticipating whether Zhuowen would be able to continue climbing and surpass LVE Tao's record, break Zhongling Mountain's record, and reach the peak of the unparalleled mountain. At a corner of the plaza, LVE Tao was seated with his legs crossed. However, his face was no longer as indifferent as before. Instead, it was intertwined with a complicated and nervous expression as his gaze was tightly fixed on the identity token. He wanted to personally see exactly what level Zhuowen could reach. The expressions of the four super geniuses, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, Su Tianliang, and Qin Batian, changed at this moment. The four of them blankly stared at LVE Tao, who had a complicated expression on his face, before glancing at the identity token, at the spot of light that represented Zhuowen. Instantly, their hearts churned endlessly like stormy waves. LVE Tao actually came out first? How can that Zhuowen be so strong? Qin Batian opened his mouth as he suddenly bitterly asked. Although Qin Batian admitted that Zhuowen's potential was extremely strong and his strength was not bad, from his point of view, he should be far from the number one genius of Muqin County, LVE Tao. However, from the looks of it, the potential that Zhuowen had displayed was not the slightest bit weaker than LVE Tao. In fact, to a certain extent, he was even stronger than LVE Tao. Perhaps this Zhuowen might be able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain and break the record of Zhongling Mountain that has existed for thousands of years. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes faintly flashed as she spoke with a complicated expression. Everything that Zhuowen had shown had far exceeded her imagination. This child's potential was far stronger than hers. Even LV Tao was slightly inferior. Su Tianliang's face was gloomy to the extreme. He said coldly, "To be able to hold on until now, this Zhuowen's potential is indeed not bad. However, to surpass Brother Liu's record and reach the peak of the mountain, that is simply a fool's dream." Yes, in the past thousands of years, no one has truly climbed to the summit of Zhongling Mountain. Even the brilliant Lu Hantian from the previous competition and the even more stunning Lu Yitao from this competition, these two exceptional geniuses have never climbed to the summit. It is unlikely that this Zhuowen will be able to reach the summit. Zhu Qi, who was dressed in blood-red clothes and whose eyes occasionally flashed with a blood-red glow, also stepped forward, his expression cold and indifferent. Didn't you think that Zhuowen wouldn't be able to catch up with LVE Tao? But now, not only has Zhuowen caught up, but he has also forced LVE Tao to leave Zhongling Mountain in advance. Now that you are so sure that Zhuowen won't be able to reach the summit, don't shoot yourself in the foot when the time comes. Seeing that Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi were united against a common enemy, a trace of disgust flashed across Luo Xing's beautiful eyes. She waved her hand and said impatiently, she had a hunch that Zhuowen might really be able to reach the summit and break the record that had not been broken for thousands of years. Su Tianyang and Zhu Qi's faces suddenly turned ugly when they heard this. However, they did not argue with Luo Xing too much. After all, there was an ancient restriction in this square. They did not dare to make a move. Moreover, even if they made a move, they might not be a match for Luo Xing. Luo Xing was the second genius of Muqing County after all. Her strength was also unfathomable. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to gain the slightest advantage against her. Brother Zhu, this Zhuowen must have a great secret on him. With his weak strength, he was actually able to catch up to LVE Tao in Zhongling Mountain. It seems that this secret must be extremely precious. When we reach the 4th level, we must join forces to kill him. Su Tianliang's eyes flickered as he suddenly sent a sound transmission to Zhu Qi beside him. Zhuowen's terrifying performance had already caused the killing intent in Su Tianliang's heart to surge to the extreme. If this child was not eliminated, there would be no end of trouble in the future. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. He was also very curious about what kind of secret Zhuowen had that could allow him, a second-wheel ultimate emperor stage expert, to advance triumphantly in Zhongling Mountain and force LV Yitao to such an extent. Zhu Qi and Su Tianliang naturally did not believe that Zhuowen's performance in Zhongling Mountain was based on his own strength. This was because before they entered Zhongling Mountain, Zhuowen's strength was only at the peak of the second-wheel ultimate emperor stage. With such strength, how could he continuously break through and increase his strength in such a harsh environment as Zhongling Mountain? This was simply impossible unless there was external help. Zhuowen silently stood on the 9,950th step, his gaze focused on the identity token in his hand. Especially when he saw the light that at the first place dimmed, Zhuowen could not help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face. He did not expect that LV Yitao, who was only a step away from the 10,000th step, would not take another step. Instead, he chose to leave Zhongling Mountain. Is the last step of Zhongling Mountain really that terrifying? Zhuowen softly muttered as he raised his head slightly. His sharp gaze pierced through the layers of fog and shot towards the peak of the mountain. At this moment, at such a close distance, Zhuowen finally saw the hazy scenery on the peak of the mountain. Within the hazy clouds, there seemed to be a tall and solemn stone statue. The huge stone statue quietly stood on the peak of the mountain, as if it was holding up the entire sky. On the peak of the mountain, what is there? Even LV Tao is so desperate and yearning for it. What is there on the peak of the mountain? Ding, ding, ding. As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly stepped out and slowly walked toward the last 50th step at a moderate speed. He wanted to see if he had the qualifications to reach the peak of the mountain. He wanted to see what was there on the peak of the mountain, and what was it that kept attracting everyone to climb towards the peak of the mountain. The moment Zhuowen stepped out, All the warriors in the square were in an uproar because they discovered that Zhuowen, who had stayed on the 9,950th step for a long time, finally moved at this moment. Look, Zhuowen has finally moved. He is moving towards the last 50th step. I wonder what level he can reach. This Zhuowen is indeed amazing. Although his speed is much slower now, compared to LVE Tao, there's not much difference. I wonder if he can surpass LVE Tao's height. Countless gazes converged on the light that represented Zhuowen. Everyone's breathing became rapid and heavy. It was as if every step Zhuowen took was stepping on their hearts. It was incomparably shocking. Dang, dang, dang. 9,960th step. 9,970th step. 9,980th step. 9,990th step. Boom. The moment his foot stepped on the 9,990th step, the pressure on the entire step almost produced a qualitative leap. Zhuowen's body even trembled. He let out a muffled groan as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What a terrifying pressure. I really can't imagine how LV Yitao managed to persevere until the 9,999th step. Zhuowen did not retreat. Instead, his gaze was extremely firm. After feeling the powerful pressure here, he also felt LV Yitao's strength more and more. After all, LV Yitao wasn't like Zhuowen, who relied on the replenishment of spirit energy and the improvement of his strength. LV Yitao had completely relied on his own strength and foundation to finally reach the 9,999th step. Even Zhuowen admired such a magnificent feat. 9,991 steps. Cross it for me. Resisting the pressure around him that was like the pressure of the deep sea, Zhuowen let out a low roar. His foot suddenly stomped on the 9,991st step. Suddenly, countless pressure turned into a whirlwind that blasted on Zhuowen's body. However, Zhuowen did not care. He directly stepped on the step like a madman. Puchi! A mouthful of blood was immediately spat out from his mouth. At this moment, Zhuowen's complexion became incomparably pale. Gritting his teeth, Zhuowen once again stepped forward, his speed as slow as an old ox pulling a cart. When Zhuowen stepped on the 9,990th step, the entire square was in an uproar. Uproars and exclamations were like a symphony, exploding across the sky and spreading to every corner of the square. Look, Zhuowen has reached the 9,990th step, and he's still slowly climbing. Perhaps he really can reach LV Tao's height, or even surpass him. This Zhuowen is really too heaven-defying. I'm afraid that he's the only genius who can force LV Tao to such an extent in this Origin Chi Tower battle. Swoosh. Sitting cross-legged in the square, LV Tao's face could no longer remain calm. His eyes were tightly fixed on Zhuowen's light spot, especially after seeing that Zhuowen had indeed reached the 9,990th step. His heart became incomparably nervous. Moreover, what made his breathing even more hurried was that Zhuowen's light spot was still ascending. Although the speed was very slow, there were indeed no signs of it stopping. 9,991st step. 9,993rd step. 9,995th step. 9,997th step. When Zhuowen's light spot reached the 9,997th step, LV Tao was finally unable to suppress the anxiety in his heart. He abruptly stood up, his gaze constantly fixed on Zhuowen's light spot. At this moment, the square had become incomparably silent. Everyone blankly stared at the light spot that had already reached the 9,997th step. They knew that the difference between Zhuowen and LV Tao was only 2 steps. On Zhongling Mountain, countless pressure accompanied the rolling clouds. At this moment, Zhuowen's hair was disheveled, sweat pouring down like rain. His face was pale, and his body that was covered in golden veins seemed to show signs of collapsing. 9,998th step, cross it for me. His eyes scarlet red, Zhuowen roared towards the sky. The unyielding feeling in his heart wantonly drifted out with this roar. With a boom, Zhuan endured the pressure and directly stepped onto the 9,998 step, only one step away from LV Tao. 9,999 step. Cross it for me. Chapter 525. First place at the peak of the mountain boom. 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 Tremors that seemed like the heavens were falling and the earth suddenly erupted from the entire Zhongling Mountain. It was as if the inside of Zhongling Mountain had collapsed at this moment. Countless beastly roars seemed to converge at this moment, forming a ring-shaped, intense sound wave that spread out. The instant Zhuan's foot stepped onto the 999th step, the surrounding pressure seemed to form countless spiral-shaped cyclones at this moment. With a sharp whistle, they condensed on Zhuan's body. Pucci! The intense pressure caused Zhuan to involuntarily vomit a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow, the veins on his forehead bulged, and cold sweat trickled down. Under this pressure, the foot that he had taken a step forward stagnated in midair and was on the verge of collapse. Step over. 365 acupoints. Open all of them for me. With a low roar, Zhuan's entire body was bathed in blood. Then, the foot that had stagnated in midair was like a falling meteor. In the end, it landed on the 999th step. Then, the entire Zhongling Mountain began to rumble. The instant Zhuan reached the 999th step, the hearts of all the genius warriors in the plaza seemed to fiercely clench at this moment, and then violently beat for a moment. At this moment, the entire plaza became incomparably silent. Everyone stared straight at the light spot that represented Zhuan. In the end, it overlapped with LV Yitao's light spot, which had already dimmed. They knew that Zhuan had reached the 999th step. At this moment, his ranking was already tied with LV Yitao, tied for first place. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, regardless of whether it was the warriors in the plaza or the masters on the platform, they all stood up at this moment. Their gazes were tightly fixed on the light spot that was like a star in the vast starry sky. He reached it. Zhuan has reached the 999th step, tied with LV Yitao for first place. Oh my god, this Zhuan is actually caught up to LV Yitao and is even tied with him. What kind of freak is this? I wonder if this Zhuan will be able to take the final step and reach the summit of the Zhongling Mountain. Uproars, exclamations, and clamors were like endless firecrackers exploding in the entire square. Everyone's emotions were boiling the moment Zhuan stepped onto the 9,999th step. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the spot of light that was still shining brightly. They hoped, longed, and looked forward to whether this spot of light would be able to surpass LV Yitao and reach the peak of the mountain. Creak! At this moment, LV Yitao's pupils had almost shrunk to the size of a needle. His somewhat powerful hand tightly held the identity token. Looking at the light spot in the token that was at the same level as him, his expression suddenly changed. Zhuan! Zhuan! LV Yitao muttered in a low voice. His eyes were filled with a complicated and crazy look. The pride he had always had in his heart at this moment was washed away the moment Zhuan reached the 9,999th step. How is this possible? This Zhuan is at the same level as LV Yitao. He actually reached the 9,999th step? Su Tianliang exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the light spot on the identity token. Zhuan's expression wasn't good either. He didn't expect that this Zhuan would be so tenacious. He was actually able to persist for so long in the Zhongling Mountain and finally reach the same height as LV Yitao. As for Qin Batian and Luo Xing, their eyes were filled with intense shock. At this moment, Zhuan had undoubtedly become much more dazzling and blazing in their eyes. Oomph. So what if this Zhuan reached the 9,999th step? In the entire Zhongling Mountain, other than the peak, there's nothing good. Without reaching the peak, no matter how high you climb, it's useless. I'm afraid that in a while, this kid will directly withdraw from the Zhongling Mountain. Su Tianliang's expression was extremely gloomy. His gaze coldly focused on the light spot that represented Zhuan on the identity token. He knew that not long after LV Yitao reached the 9,999th step, he directly withdrew from the Zhongling Mountain. Obviously, the pressure of the 10,000th step of the Zhongling Mountain was terrifying. Even a peerless genius like LV Tao couldn't resist it. He didn't think that Zhuan was more powerful than LV Tao. After all, the fact that the former was able to be at the same rank as LV Tao was already extremely shocking. Time passed by minute. Everyone in the square stared at Zhuan's light spot. They all wanted to see if this Zhuan could surpass LV Tao and reach the peak of the mountain. As time passed, everyone discovered that the light spot that represented Zhuan was gradually dimming. They weren't unfamiliar with this sign. It was a sign that the owner of the light spot couldn't hold on any longer. Once the light spot showed signs of dimming, it meant that the owner of the light spot had reached his limit. It also meant that this person would soon withdraw from the Zhongling Mountain. Zhuan's light spot is gradually dimming. Could it be that he can only reach the 9,999th step? Sigh. The peak of the Zhongling Mountain is too terrifying. Even the two peerless geniuses, LV Tian and LV Tao, were unable to cross the 10,000th step. Even Zhuan, who has repeatedly created miracles, will probably return in failure. Zhuan's light spot became dimmer and dimmer. Many people in the square revealed a trace of disappointment. Originally, they were looking forward to Zhuan breaking the record of the Zhongling Mountain and reaching the peak of the mountain. Now, it seemed that this wishful thinking was unlikely to be realized. When the originally nervous LV Tao discovered that Zhuan's light spot was gradually dimming, he couldn't help but gently sigh in his heart. He was truly worried. If Zhuan really reached the peak of the mountain, he didn't know what kind of emotions he would have at his heart. After a moment of silence, LV Tao suddenly whispered to himself, "Zhuan, in this year's Yuan Chi Tower battle, perhaps only you are my opponent and have the qualifications to compete with me for first place." The moment LV Tao gradually put away the command token, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the dimming dot of light from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, the dot of light once again glowed with a blazing light. At this moment, that light seemed so dazzling. On the 9,999th step, the golden veins in Zhuan's body seemed to have ruptured. Countless amounts of blood suffused with a golden glow continuously flowed out from his body, causing Zhuan to be filled with a tragic beauty. The 10,000th step. At the peak of the mountain, step over it for me. Zhuan's eyes were filled with madness. Terrifying blood vessels filled the area around his eyes. His face was sinister, his expression was mournful, and his entire body was battered and exhausted. However, Zhuan's face was filled with an unyielding expression, filled with unwillingness, and filled with no fear. In fact, Zhuan could already clearly see the huge stone statue standing at the peak of the mountain behind the hazy fog. The stone statue seemed to be silently looking down at Zhuan at this moment, seemingly mocking and pitying him. Boom, boom, boom. However, Zhuan's foot that had been lifted into the air ultimately came to a halt. No matter how much Zhuan struggled, no matter how unwilling he was unable to land on the 10,000th step that seemed to be within reach. Pucci, like a raging wave, the pressure sealed Zhuan's surroundings from all directions and bombarded Zhuan's body. Suddenly, Zhuan felt as if his body was attached to a huge mountain. Then, his chest felt numb, and he was directly sent flying by the powerful pressure. Zhuan felt his mind go blank as he hovered in the air. His eyes were fixed on the stone statue on the mountain peak. The stone statue had been looking at him all this time. It seemed to be mocking him, but it also seemed to be pitying him. It was as if it had some kind of magical power. Living in this world is like living in thorns. If the heart is not moved, one will not act rashly. If one does not move, one will not be hurt. If one is moved, one will act rashly. One will hurt one's body and bones, thus experiencing all the pain in the world. The moment Zhuan was sent flying, the golden torrent in Zhuan's sea of consciousness suddenly transmitted a solemn voice. Immediately, it filled Zhuan's ears and mind. Slowly, Zhuowen closed his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer looking at the statue at the peak of the mountain. Instead, he was immersed in the solemn voice. At this moment, he thought of the boundless sea, the towering mountains that reached into the clouds, the vast wilderness, and the blue sky with rolling clouds. The moment Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, they were unknowingly filled with dense golden light. If the heart is not moved, one will not act rashly. If one is not moved, one will not be hurt. If one is moved, one will act rashly. One will hurt one's body and bones, thus experiencing all the pain in the world. If the heart is not moved, then there will be no thoughts, and see through everything. Everything is nothing, right? At this moment, Zhuowen seemed to have understood something. When his eyes that were filled with golden light once again looked at the peak of the mountain, the stone statue that stood there did not exist. Or rather, it did not exist at all. Zhuowen was standing on the 9,999th step. He stood tall, his black robes fluttering in the absence of wind. So that's how it is. The 10,000th step of Zhongling Mountain does not have any pressure at all. Instead, it is a realistic illusion. The moment I stepped onto the 10,000th step, I had already fallen into that strange but realistic illusion. If I am unable to completely break through it, then I will never be able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Stomp! With that, Zhuowen stomped his foot and directly stepped onto the 10,000th step of Zhongling Mountain. Then the entire mountain shook violently, crack. When LV Tao caught a glimpse of the originally dim light spot from the corner of his eye, it actually glowed again at this moment. When it lit up like a candle, LV Tao was completely stunned on the spot. His face was filled with disbelief. Moreover, Zhuowen's light spot suddenly became dazzling at this moment. It was like a slowly rising sun. It became more and more dazzling and finally became dazzling. Then, the light spot that had been stagnant suddenly moved slightly. It crossed the 9,999th step and finally reached the 10,000th step that no one had ever stepped onto before. Crack! Chapter 5:26. Everyone was in an uproar. When this message finally appeared on everyone's identity medallion and golden pagoda, no matter if it was the genius cultivators on the square or the leaders of the various forces on the platform, they all fell into a dead silence at this moment. After a period of absolute silence, the entire square was filled with an uproar. The sound was getting louder and louder, as if the sky was collapsing and the sea was collapsing, suddenly engulfing the crowd. On the summit, Zhuowen has reached the summit. He has obtained the first place of Zhongling Mountain. Isn't this too unbelievable? This Zhuowen has actually crossed the 10,000th step, surpassing LV Tao and obtaining the first place. Not only that, this Zhuowen is the first cultivator in history to reach the summit of Zhongling Mountain. This person has broken the record of Zhongling Mountain that has existed for thousands of years. Everyone went crazy, excited, roaring, and even self-mutilating themselves to calm the emotions in their hearts. They never thought that Zhuowen would be able to reach the summit of Zhongling Mountain in the end, breaking the record that no one had ever set before. From now on, Zhuowen's name would truly shake Muqing County. His reputation might even surpass the original number one genius of Muqing County, LV Tao. LV Tao stared blankly at the identity medallion that had already turned into fragments in his hand, as well as the dazzling light within the fragments. His expression was filled with a complicated expression. This was the first time he had tasted the feeling of defeat. This feeling was so uncomfortable that it made him feel suffocated. Zhuowen, I really never thought that you would be able to surpass me. However, defeating me in Zhongling Mountain doesn't necessarily mean that your strength is stronger than mine. It can only mean that your potential is higher than mine. I, LV Tao, am not that easy to surpass. When the time comes, I will still compete with you. Suddenly, a smile appeared on LV Tao's face. Within that smile, there was even a hint of battle intent hidden. This was the excitement and joy of finding an opponent that appreciated each other. LV Tao knew that ever since he was young, his path had been too smooth. He was number one in everything. No matter who saw him, they would look at him with reverence and avoid him from afar. That was why he had developed such a proud and aloof personality. But now, Zhuan's stunning performance gave LV Yitao a wake-up call. He finally knew that there was always someone better than him. He was too conceited and arrogant in the past. If Lunan Tian was here to see LV Tao's change, he would definitely be very gratified. This was because LV Tao had finally opened up after this failure. In other words, LV Tao had recognized himself, and his mentality had also changed. Perhaps, after this battle, LV Tao would make another breakthrough. Speaking of which, LV Nanan might have to thank Zhuan for suppressing LV Yidao in Zhongling Mountain. Hiss! Su Tianliang sucked in a breath of cold air. He even rubbed his eyes with his hand. When he stared at the identity token again, he was stunned on the spot. He did not expect that Zhuan would actually surpass LV Yidao and finally reach the peak of the mountain. Zhuan, this hateful little bastard, actually reached the peak of Zhongling Mountain. How did this bastard do it? At this moment, Su Tianliang's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Zhuo Wen's stunning performance had completely stunned him. How much potential and strength did one need to be able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain? Suddenly crushing the identity token in his hand, Su Tianliang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He thought to himself, I really did not expect this kid to reach this level. But when we reach the 4th floor, I want him to spit out all the benefits he obtained in Zhongling Mountain. I will also take that little bastard's life while I'm at it. Not far away, Zhu Qi, Qin Bassian, and Luo Xing all had their mouths slightly open. The shock in her eyes was no less than Su Tianliang's. This Zhuan is really going to soar into the sky. This guy is the biggest dark horse I have ever seen. Qin Bassian smacked his lips and said with a bitter smile, all of us have underestimated this Zhuo. This child's potential far surpasses ours. Being able to ascend to the peak of Zhongling Mountain can be considered to be well-deserved. Luo Xing sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated expression. She still remembered that when Qing Lian first mentioned Zhuan's name in Jade Lady Starcourt, she didn't care at all. She didn't even put Zhuan in her eyes. Later, when the battle for the Origin Qi Tower began, Zhuan defeated the geniuses of the 4 high-grade cities on the 1st floor and seized control of the Ascension Island. At that time, she had just begun to pay attention to Zhuan. However, she didn't put him in her eyes. After all, Zhuan's performance was barely passable. Then, when the Heaven and Earth monolith Zhuan forcefully charged into the Heaven stage area, she finally began to size up this youth who didn't have an outstanding appearance. Later, when Zhuan overcame all the difficulties in the training mountain and even defeated LV Yongsheng, Zhuan finally gained her attention. Because of this, she had even personally tried to recruit Zhuo. However, what caused her to be surprised was that Zhuo, who was clearly only an 18 or 19-year-old youth, had actually decisively rejected her invitation. The maturity and decisiveness he displayed ultimately caused her to have a higher opinion of him. However, the frustration of being rejected for the first time made Luo Xing unhappy and even a little angry. In the end, this kind of recruitment was left unsettled. Then, it was the battle for the ranking of the Zhongling Mountain. Zhuan really underwent a transformation in the Zhongling Mountain. Step by step, he surpassed countless geniuses from the lowest level. Even Shi, who was one of the 5 great geniuses, was surpassed by him. And now, Zhuan had caught up with the number 1 genius of Muqin County, LV Yitao, and surpassed him. In the end, he reached the summit of the Zhongling Mountain. At this moment, Zhuan's name had undoubtedly become much more dazzling. Now that she thought about it, Luo Xing suddenly realized that Zhuan's experience could be described as a legend. This was a youth who constantly created miracles. Zhuan, what kind of person is he? Luo Xing's beautiful eyes quietly stared at the light that represented Zhuan, and she once again asked such a question. Compared to the degree of excitement of the numerous geniuses in the square, on the platform at the summit of the 2nd level of the Vitality Tower, countless leaders had already involuntarily stood up at this moment. Even LV Nantian, the master of the meteorite, and the other four magnates had also stood up. Their hearts were like raging waves. Gulp! The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard on the somewhat quiet platform. No one had expected that Zhuowen would actually surpass LV Yitao in the end and become the number one of the Zhongling Mountain this time. Moreover, he had even reached the summit of the Zhongling Mountain. Zhuowen, he broke the record of the Zhongling Mountain that had existed for thousands of years and also created an immortal legend. In the countless Vitality Tower battles, no genius has ever reached the summit of the Zhongling Mountain. Zhuowen, he has really reached the summit. At this moment, LV Nanshan's entire body suddenly trembled. His hands trembled as he stared straight at the dazzling light at the top of the Golden Tower. His eyes were filled with excitement and a complicated expression. He was excited because someone had finally broken the record of the Zhongling Mountain. What was complicated was that the person who broke the record was not LV Tao, who he had high hopes for. And LV Nanshan's words were like a fuse that had been ignited. The entire silent platform was set off in an uproar like a huge wave. All of the leaders of the various factions had heated gazes as they discussed, chatted, and discussed. The focal point of these discussions was undoubtedly Zhuowen. In fact, the gazes of many of the leaders of the various factions were currently gathered on Guyuetian, Qiuqiu, and Ouyang Yuntu. They all knew that these three people were undoubtedly the three people who had the best relationship with Zhuowen, especially Guyutian, who was the city lord of Rot-Tan Armor City. At this moment, Guyutian seemed to have become a delicious cake in everyone's eyes. Everyone gathered around Guyutian, and the sounds of discussion were even more overwhelming. Lord Gucheng, you must cooperate with our Golden Scale City. In any case, we are one of the top-ranked super cities. If you cooperate with us, we will agree to any conditions. What is your Golden Scale City? Our Black Rock City is one of the top 5 super cities. Our foundation is much deeper than yours. Lord Gucheng, if you cooperate with us, we will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Is your Black Rock City very amazing? Lord Gucheng, I am Ling Tian from Ling Tian City. If you cooperate with us, I, Ling Tian, am willing to give you a royal armor skill as a reward. What do you think? When this voice sounded out, the crowd gasped. Following this, a middle-aged man in white clothes smiled as he slowly walked towards Guyutian, his eyes filled with kindness. It's actually the city lord of the number 1 super city, Ling Tian City. Isn't this reward too generous? It's just a cooperation, yet he's willing to give us a royal armor skill. This Ling Tian is so generous. Ling Tian City is the super city closest to the top 5 super cities, and its foundation is much deeper than an ordinary super cities. It's not surprising that they would give us a royal armor skill. Since Ling Tian has acted, looks like we don't have a chance. Seeing Ling Tian slowly walk over, the other city lords inwardly cursed at their bad luck. They unwillingly stopped bothering Guyutian and instead looked at Guyutian. At this moment, Guyutian's mind was already muddled by the immense joy. Even he didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually surpass LV Yitao and obtain first place, and even break the record to enter the peak of Zhongling Mountain. All of this, in his eyes, was like a dream, extremely unreal. With so many super cities looking at him with flattering smiles, even he felt a bit embarrassed. What's more, the city lord of Ling Tian City had used a royal armor skill in exchange for a chance to cooperate with Rot-Tan Armor City. This caused his mind to go blank, and he felt as if he could not think at all. Happiness had truly come too suddenly at this moment, so sudden that even Guyutian wasn't prepared for it. Zhuowen, oh Zhuowen, I never thought that you would bring such great fortune to our Rot-Tan Armor City. After we return, your Zhua family will have the same status as our city lord's residence, and will have the same authority as our city lord's residence. Chapter 5:27. 3 heavenly tribulations. The moment Zhua, when reached the peak of the huge Zhongling Mountain, the clouds that were originally lingering around it completely disappeared, revealing the bare mountain and the peak of the mountain that towered into the clouds. On the square, everyone could not help but raise their heads. Their gazes were focused on the peak of Zhongling Mountain. They seemed to have seen a proud figure standing on the peak of the mountain. They knew that the figure was the only one who had reached the peak, Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood tall on the peak as a furious gust of wind blew over, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. Standing on the peak and looking down on all the living beings below, this feeling of looking down on all the mountains is truly wonderful. Zhuowen lowered his head and faced the raging wind in front of him. His gaze looked down at everyone in the plaza below Zhongling Mountain from top to bottom. He saw the unwilling Su Tianliang, the shocked Qin Bassian, the complicated Luo Xing, the cold and emotionless Zhu Qi, as well as the calm Lvi Dao and the countless other geniuses in the square. The expressions on all their faces were magnified infinitely in Zhuowen's eyes, as if they were right before his eyes. At the same time, Zhuowen saw the entire third floor of the tower from afar. It was a vast and desolate wilderness. Thick smoke filled the wilderness. It was simply a wasteland. Zhuowen slowly extended his right hand and gently pinched the air. It was as if everything below was within his grasp at this moment. The feeling of being in control of fate made Zhuowen feel a sense of excitement in his heart. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and roared. At the same time, waves of aura surged out from his body. This aura had far surpassed the peak of the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. It had even reached the third wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. This aura, is this kid about to break through? In his sea of consciousness, Xiaohe also felt the aura that had suddenly surged out from Zhuowen's body. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. But speaking of which, it's about time for this kid to break through. After all, Zhuowen has been at the peak of the second wheel for quite some time. Coupled with the replenishment of the spiritual energy in Zhongling Mountain, his accumulation has become extremely deep. Now that he's reached the peak, it's only logical for him to break through. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohe was not too surprised. After all, Zhuowen had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy in Zhongling Mountain. Although most of the spiritual energy had been used to break through the apertures in his body, there would always be a portion of it that would flow into his meridians and Danshan during the process of absorption. Although the amount of spiritual qi was small, it had accumulated over the course of many times. Thus, Zhuowen had naturally entered the ultimate three-wheel Emperor Realm. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Zhuowen's aura swelled to the peak of the third wheel, countless terrifying dark clouds that resembled black dragons gathered in the sky above Zhongling Mountain. Countless bolts of lightning as thick as buckets slithered between the dark clouds. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. The three heavenly tribulations had finally descended. As Zhuowen prepared to undergo the three heavenly tribulations, all the cultivators in the square below Zhongling Mountain noticed the dark clouds that were constantly gathering in the sky above Zhongling Mountain, as well as the monstrous lightning that constantly flashed between the dark clouds. Is that a heavenly tribulation? That Zhuowen actually made a breakthrough after reaching the summit? He should have broken through. Those dark clouds are indeed unique to heavenly tribulations. However, Zhuowen's heavenly tribulation doesn't seem to be very strong this time. It doesn't seem like 5 heavenly tribulations. Yes, this aura is indeed much weaker than 5 heavenly tribulations. It's even weaker than 4 heavenly tribulations. It seems like it's only 3 heavenly tribulations. The moment the heavenly tribulation appeared, everyone in the square was stunned. This was because they discovered that the heavenly tribulation that appeared at the peak of Zhongling Mountain was pitifully weak. It wasn't the 5 heavenly tribulations that they had imagined at all. Due to Zhuowen's heaven-defying performance on Zhongling Mountain, everyone believed that Zhuowen's strength had at least reached the peak of the 4th wheel. Therefore, from the moment the heavenly tribulation appeared, they subconsciously believed that Zhuowen was going to undergo 5 heavenly tribulations. However, after careful observation, they were shocked to discover that the heavenly tribulation Zhuowen was undergoing was extremely weak. it was only at the level of 3 heavenly tribulations. In other words, Zhuowen had always been a peak of the second wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. He's actually only a peak of the second wheel of the ultimate emperor realm? How did this Zhuowen survive until the end on Zhongling Mountain with such meager strength and finally reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain? After confirming that the dark clouds at the peak of Zhongling Mountain were only 3 heavenly tribulations, all the cultivators in the square were stunned. They began to wonder how Zhuowen had reached the peak with such meager strength. Lve Tao frowned slightly in the corner of the square. Naturally, he could sense that the aura of the dark clouds at the peak of the mountain was extremely weak. It was only at the level of 3 heavenly tribulations. In other words, Zhuowen was only a peak of the second wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. Just how did Zhuowen surpass me and reach the peak with such strength? Lve Tao clenched his fists and sucked in a deep breath. His heart was filled with doubt. Luo Xing, Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, and Zhu Qi also had the same doubts as Lve Tao. They were also surprised that Zhuowen was still only a peak of the second wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. This little bastard must have known of some unknown shortcut in Zhongling Mountain. That's why he was able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. It can only be said that the bastard's luck is pretty good. However, when he reaches the 4th level of the Origin Qi Tower, this bastard won't have such good luck. Su Tianliang's gaze was gloomy. After seeing the 3 heavenly tribulations at the peak of the mountain, his face was filled with joy instead of shock. He was even more certain that Zhuowen had reached the peak of Zhongling Mountain by using some secret that they didn't know of. Originally, Su Tianliang was worried that Zhuowen's strength would become very strong. When he reached the 4th level, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with him. However, the 3 heavenly tribulations had completely dispelled the worries in Su Tianliang's heart. He knew that even if Zhuowen had survived 3 heavenly tribulations, he was only a peak of the 3rd wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. Although this kind of strength wasn't bad, it wasn't enough in Su Tianliang's eyes. Thinking of this, Su Tianliang made up his mind. When he reached the 4th level of the Origin Qi Tower, he would make Zhuowen suffer a fate worse than death. He also wouldn't let go of the secrets on Zhuowen's body, because he felt that there were many secrets on Zhuowen's body. Just as everyone in the square was filled with doubts, on the peak of the mountain, Zhuowen had his hands behind his back. He raised his head slightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. After reaching the entry level of the great Nirvana sun, all 365 acupoints in his body had been opened. The strength of Zhuowen's body had already reached an unparalleled level. Just the strength of his body alone might not be able to break through the all-out attack of a peak ultimate emperor realm cultivator. With Zhuowen's current strength, he didn't need to fear the 3 heavenly tribulations at all. In fact, there was even an eager look in his eyes. Ever since he had broken through the entry level of the great Nirvana sun, he hadn't tested the strength of his body. I can use these 3 heavenly tribulations to test the strength of my body and see how strong it has become. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he clenched his right hand. Instantly, countless golden veins covered his arm. The blazing golden light illuminated Zhuowen's face, making it look dazzling. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the countless bolts of lightning in the dense dark clouds in the sky collided with each other. Afterwards, huge bolts of lightning the size of buckets descended, each one more terrifying and thick than the last. It was as if the entire mountain peak had been enveloped by countless bolts of lightning, forming a huge cage of lightning. Compared to the terrifyingly huge lightning bolts, Zhuowen's somewhat frail body appeared so small and insignificant. However, it was this insignificant figure that fearlessly extended its arms and attacked the countless bolts of lightning that directly shot towards it. The next moment, when the huge cage formed by countless thunderbolts appeared, a golden light that was as hot as the sun spread out in all directions. Ring-shaped golden ripples spread out, faintly revealing a powerful power that was gradually transmitted in the air. Boom, boom, Boom! Instantly, the huge cage of lightning collapsed inch by inch as the golden light spread outwards, disappearing into nothingness. A figure covered in golden light silently stood there, like an ancient Buddha. Again, laughing loudly, Zhuan was not afraid at all. In fact, he even seemed to be enjoying himself. This was because he discovered that even the 3 heavenly tribulations were unable to cause any harm to his body. Not even his skin was broken. Boom, boom, boom. The dark clouds in the sky grew denser and denser, and the lightning became even more terrifying. Bolt after bolt struck Zhuan's body as if they would not tire at all. However, Zhuan only smiled faintly. He completely ignored them and allowed the lightning to strike his body. Surprisingly, it did not cause any harm to his body at all. Instead, after the lightning struck, Zhuan's body began to glow faintly. The might of the lightning was a form of tempering, even though the effects on Zhuan were minuscule. After breaking through the last bolt of lightning, Zhuan stood quietly on the mountain peak. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. This aura is much stronger than the initial and intermediate Ultimate Emperor realm. Have I suddenly reached the advanced Ultimate Emperor realm? Zhuan muttered to himself in surprise as he sensed the powerful aura in his body. Chapter 528. Bronze Coffin. Zhuan nodded slightly. After reaching the Ultimate Emperor stage, he felt a wave of comfort in his heart. His gaze shifted slightly, and Zhuan's gaze immediately focused on the scenery at the top of the mountain. However, what stunned Zhuan was that there was nothing at the top of Zhongling Mountain. There was not even a blade of grass growing on the ground, and it looked extremely desolate. Moreover, the huge stone statue that he had seen at the bottom of the mountain was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that the stone statue was indeed an illusion. Could it be that there is nothing at the top of the mountain? Didn't Lunan Tian say that there was a great fortune at the top of Zhongling Mountain? Could it be that Lunan Tian was lying? Zhuan's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked around. He had painstakingly climbed to the top of Zhongling Mountain not just for the first place, but for the great fortune that Lunan Tian had mentioned. Wait, kid, take another 10 steps forward and see. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind, and there was a trace of caution in her tone. Upon hearing this, Zhuan slowly took 10 steps forward. Instantly, Zhuan felt as if the world before him was spinning, and then the scenery before his eyes had completely changed. He saw that the greenery before him was dense, and the greenery gradually thickened. There was no longer the desolate and dilapidated scenery from before. It seems that what you saw earlier was also an illusion. This is the real thing. Xiao Hei's voice rang out once again, and she clicked her tongue in wonder. Only then did Zhuan come to a sudden realization. It seemed that the top of Zhongling Mountain was indeed extraordinary, and there was actually such an illusion set up. If Xiao Hei had not reminded him, he was afraid that he would have really missed this place. There's a cave in front. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, Zhuan's gaze moved, and he saw a rather short cave at the end of the greenery, and a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. The cave was only half the height of a person. If he wanted to enter, he would have to bend his body down. It was extremely deep inside. Moreover, Zhuan could also sense a trace of faintly discernible cold aura drifting inside, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Looks like there's more to this cave than meets the eye. Kid, are you going in? Xiao Hei cautiously asked. Zhuan's eyes flickered. He knew that the treasures of this mountain peak were most likely in this cave. After pondering for a moment, he clenched his teeth and said, "Enter. Of course I have to go in. It's very likely that there are great benefits inside. I can't just miss it. Then you have to be careful. I keep feeling that this cave is a little strange. Perhaps there is some kind of danger inside." Xiao Hei nodded and said with some worry, "I will pay attention to this matter. After all, we have already made it this far. If we return empty-handed, it really won't be worth it." Nodding his head, Zhuan took a step forward and directly entered the short and deep cave. As he gently walked in the short cave, Zhuan discovered that the inside of the cave was not as pitch black as it looked from the outside. Instead, there was a faint fluorescent glow. With Zhuowen's cultivation, he was naturally able to see through the entire cave. Along the way, Zhuowen did not discover anything. Other than the pitch-black rock walls, there was nothing else. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Zhuowen was still walking in the cave, as if there was no end to the cave. What's the matter with this cave? We have already walked for so long, but we still haven't reached the end? Frowning slightly, Zhuowen said with some annoyance in his heart. Don't worry, we're almost there, Xiaohei said rather calmly. Sure enough, Zhuowen walked for another 15 minutes and quickly reached the end of the cave. However, when he saw the scene at the end of the cave, his eyebrows tightened. At the end of the cave was an uneven rock wall. This rock wall was slightly different from the other rock walls. It was not brown in color, but a strange purplish black. In the pitch-black cave, it emitted a faint purplish glow, appearing distant and mysterious. With his eyebrows tightly knitted, Zhuowen arrived in front of this strange rock wall. He could clearly feel the mental energy in his Naiwen palace suddenly surging. The golden waves in his Naiwen palace rose higher and higher, as if expressing his joy. My Naiwen palace is actually reacting? What is this purplish rock wall? Suddenly, a sudden impulse surged from the depths of Zhuowen's heart, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily touch the purplish-black rock wall. Even if Zhuowen subconsciously tried to stop himself, Zhuowen's entire body seemed to be controlled by a strong force, and he could not move at all. Clang! The moment Zhuowen touched the purplish rock wall, the seemingly indestructible rock wall instantly collapsed and turned into dust. When the dust settled, Zhuowen discovered that there was actually a deep tunnel at the other end of the rock wall. I never thought that there would be another mystery behind this purplish rock wall. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Zhuowen's face revealed a hint of hesitation, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and stepped into the tunnel. The tunnel was much wider than the previous cave, and Zhuowen did not encounter any obstacles along the way. When he reached the end of the tunnel, Zhuowen's face suddenly revealed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. At the end of the tunnel, what appeared in front of Zhuowen was a rather vast hall, and in the middle of the hall sat an extremely magnificent bronze coffin. It can't be right. Why is a coffin again? When I was at the training mountain, I had already encountered a coffin once. Why would I encounter a coffin again at the peak of Zhongling Mountain? The moment he saw the bronze coffin in front of him, Zhuowen suddenly felt a pain in his balls. He couldn't help but wonder if he was fated with coffins. Why did he keep encountering these kinds of coffins? Kid, perhaps you really are fated with coffins. Seeing Zhuowen's pained expression, Xiaohei teased him with a rare smile. Soon after, she sternly said, "The golden coffin that you encountered at the last stage of the training mountain was a pretty good fortune. After all, it allowed you to obtain a terrifying body-refining technique like the Great Sun Nirvana. Now, this bronze coffin is even more mysterious and terrifying than the golden coffin. I'm afraid that the things inside are much better than the golden coffin. Kid, don't complain. You really don't know how lucky you are." After she finished speaking, Xiaohei could not help but roll her eyes at Zhuowen. With an embarrassed smile, Zhuowen looked at the bronze coffin in front of him. He also knew that this coffin was very likely not simple, because he could faintly feel a terrifying aura from this bronze coffin. This aura was far more powerful than the golden coffin that he had encountered previously. I'm afraid that there might be another elite's skeleton inside. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen took a step forward and immediately arrived in front of the bronze coffin. The surface of the bronze coffin in front of him revealed spots of rust, looking ancient and weathered. His eyes flickered. Zhuowen's right hand was immediately covered with golden veins. First, he respectfully bowed. Then Zhuowen violently slammed his palm on the coffin lid. Clang! The sound of metal clashing immediately resounded. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and actually retreated a dozen steps before coming to a stop. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the bronze coffin in front of him. The bronze coffin lid in front of him had only moved a few inches. There was still a huge gap before it could be completely opened. This coffin lid is really incomparably thick. Hitting it feels like hitting a 10,000-foot-tall mountain. Rubbing his somewhat numb hand, Zhuan's eyes finally revealed a trace of caution. He knew that he had to use all his strength in order to open this bronze coffin. 360 acupuncture points. Open all of them for me. With a low roar, the countless acupuncture points in Zhuan's body suddenly opened up like a whirlpool. Under the connection of the acupuncture points, a rich gold color spread all over Zhuan's body. Instantly, Zhuan's entire body turned into a blazing golden man. A terrifying aura overflowed from his body. Boom! Taking a step forward, Zhuan violently slammed his palm on the coffin lid. Instantly, countless waves of air swirled in the air. The coffin lid, which was originally motionless, trembled slightly. Immediately, it moved about half a meter away, creating an opening. Swoosh! A pitch-black illusory figure suddenly shot out of the bronze coffin when an opening appeared. It immediately rushed towards Zhuan's forehead. This illusory figure was only an inch in size. If one did not look carefully, it would be impossible to discover it. The moment this black shadow rushed over, Zhuan's expression changed slightly. His right hand flickered with a golden light as he suddenly waved it. Instantly, it blocked in front of him. Zhuan only felt a piercing pain in his palm. Then he was shocked to discover that his right palm had actually been directly pierced through by this tiny shadow. Drops of cherry-red blood continuously dripped down, looking mournful and ferocious. What? It actually directly pierced through my palm? The moment Zhuan discovered that his palm had been pierced through, his expression could not help but change drastically. One had to know that all the acupuncture points in his body had been opened. The strength of his body was extremely terrifying. Even LV Tao, who was at the ultimate emperor realm, might not be able to easily break through his body. However, this mysterious shadow in front of him had actually pierced through his palm like tofu. This truly shocked Zhuan. After this shadow pierced through Zhuan's palm, it actually continued to rush toward Zhuan's forehead without slowing down. Its speed was even faster than before. As he watched the shadow get closer and closer, the ominous feeling in Zhuan's heart grew stronger and stronger. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was certain that if this shadow were to drill into the depths of his forehead, he would probably be in imminent danger. However, this shadow was simply too fast. It was not very possible for Zhuan to dodge now. Just what is this thing? What should I do? If it drills into my forehead, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. At this moment, Zhuan finally felt a deep sense of fear. This tiny shadow actually brought him the threat of death. Roar! Suddenly, just as this shadow was about to reach Zhuan's forehead, a deep dragon's roar suddenly erupted from Zhuan's body. Then, an ink-black mist swept out from Zhuan's forehead. It actually transformed into a palm-sized ink-black dragon covered in scales. Chapter 529. Heavenly Rank Soul Treasure. Trying to escape? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The little dragon that had emerged from between his brows was naturally Xiaohe. When Xiaohe saw that the black shadow was trying to escape, she snorted coldly. With a whoosh, she turned into a black bolt of lightning and instantly caught up to the fleeing black shadow. Boom! Xiaohe waved her right hand. Immediately, countless ink-black mist turned into a miniature cage in her palm, trapping the fleeing black shadow within. Only now did Zhuan see the true appearance of the black shadow. It was only the size of a thumb and looked like some kind of insect. Its shell was covered in sinister black hooks, and at the front of the black shadow was an inch-long spike. Zhuan's eyes narrowed when his gaze focused on the spike of the unknown creature. He realized that the spike that had pierced through his palm was the spike at the front of the unknown creature. He knew that if Xiaohe had not acted in time, the unknown creature might have directly burrowed into the space between his brows. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiaohe, what is this thing? Its penetrative power is actually so strong. If you hadn't acted earlier, I'm afraid I would have been in danger. A trace of curiosity appeared on Zhuan's face, especially when he saw the serious expression on Xiaohe's face. He knew that the unknown creature was not simple. This creature is called a soul-devouring bug. It's a strange creature that specializes in devouring the souls of cultivators. Moreover, the spike at the front of this creature is extremely sharp. Even an ultimate ninth wheel Emperor Realm cultivator could be ambushed by it if they are not careful. If I hadn't discovered it earlier, you would probably be dead by now, Xiaohei said solemnly. It's that terrifying? Even an ultimate ninth wheel Emperor Realm cultivator could be ambushed by it? Zhuowen could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He never thought that this tiny creature would actually be so powerful. It's a good thing that this beast is extremely afraid of the Dragon Clan's aura. That's why it was so afraid of me from the beginning. If this beast had really fought with its life on the line, I might not have been able to take it down so easily. Xiaohei pursed her lips. Her gaze focused on the still, trembling soul-devouring bug in the black cage as she shook her head. Zhuowen also understood why the soul-devouring bug had fled when it saw Xiaohei. It was because it was afraid of the Dragon Clan's aura. It looks like he had benefited from Xiaohei this time. How do we deal with the soul-devouring insects? Zhuowen asked after a moment of hesitation. This soul-devouring insect was too much of a threat to him. He couldn't guarantee when this thing would break out of the black cage and attack him. The soul-devouring bug's body is extremely tough. You've also felt how terrifying it is just now. Therefore, it's basically impossible for you to destroy this soul-devouring bug with your current strength. Zhuowen frowned slightly when he heard this. The soul-devouring bug was quite a big threat. He did not dare to stay with such a terrifying creature for more than 15 minutes. After thinking about it, Zhuowen decided to quickly open the bronze coffin and leave Zhongling Mountain after obtaining the benefits inside. Let's take a look at what's inside this bronze coffin. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen finally arrived in front of the bronze coffin. He slammed his right hand on the coffin lid, which had originally revealed a gap, and more than half of it was directly pushed open by Zhuowen. The scene inside was completely revealed to him. As Zhuowen expected, there was indeed a skeleton lying in the coffin. However, the surface of the skeleton was bluish-gray, which looked quite strange. In addition to the skeleton, Zhuowen also found a scarlet token inside. Gently picking up the scarlet token, Zhuowen looked at it carefully. He knew that the things that could be buried with this coffin were not simple goods. The blood-red token was only the size of a palm and was completely blood-red. Moreover, its surface even faintly emitted the smell of blood, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. He thought to himself that this blood-red token was strange. The scarlet token was engraved with words on both sides. The word blood was engraved on the front, and the word demon was engraved on the back. When combined, it was the word blood demon. Blood demon? Is this token related to the blood demon? Looking at the words on the token, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He could not help but sigh in his heart that he was really fated to meet the blood demon. When he fought with LV Yongsheng, the latter used the blood demon's moves. Now, he encountered a token related to the blood demon at the top of Zhongling Mountain. Nonsense! Since the two words, blood demon, are written on this token, it means that this token has an extremely important relationship with the blood demon. Moreover, this Dragon Lord feels that this token is very likely not simple. I heard that there is an extremely powerful inheritance on the 4th floor called the Blood Demon Inheritance. Perhaps this token is related to the Blood Demon Inheritance on the 4th floor. Xiaohei also saw the words on the scarlet token. He rubbed his chin and analyzed. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. He also felt that this token was related to the Blood Demon Inheritance on the 4th floor. However, it was said that the Blood Demon Inheritance was extremely terrifying. In the past, many geniuses had chosen that inheritance. However, they all died in the inheritance land. Moreover, the most exciting genius in the previous batch, Lu Hantian, did not succeed in obtaining the Blood Demon Inheritance. In the end, he fled the inheritance land in a sorry state and died in depression. From this, it could be seen that the Blood Demon Inheritance was not something that ordinary people could obtain. Zhuowen knew his own limits. With his strength, it was very difficult to obtain the Blood Demon Inheritance. Therefore, he did not have extravagant hopes of obtaining the blood demon inheritance. Zhuowen silently put away the blood-colored token and began to search the coffin again. He did not believe that such a large coffin would only contain such a useless blood-colored token. After searching for a long time, Zhuowen even searched every corner. However, Zhuowen was disappointed. There was nothing else in the coffin. Damn it! It's gone? There's actually nothing left? Zhuowen's face twitched as he took a deep breath, and he couldn't help but curse while he felt extremely depressed in his heart. Could it be that I've only obtained a blood-colored command token that doesn't seem to be of any use after working so hard to get here? Wait, kid, look at that corner. There seems to be some words. Go take a look. Suddenly, Xiaohei came to the corner of the coffin. She pointed at the corner with her little claws, and her eyes revealed a trace of light. Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately came to the corner where Xiaohei was. Sure enough, he saw a line of words there. Fated person, congratulations on reaching the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Being able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain means that your strength, perseverance, and insight far surpass ordinary people. This bronze coffin is a heaven-ranked spirit treasure refined by me. Although it can't compare to a powerful monarch spirit treasure like Zhongling Mountain, its power is quite extraordinary. Now, as long as you agree to a request of mine and swear to the heavenly Tao, this bronze coffin will directly recognize you as its master. In the future, this heaven-ranked spirit treasure will belong to you. My request is very simple. That is to head to the 4th level of the Origin Chi Tower and enter the Blood Demon Inheritance to obtain the Blood Demon Inheritance. Perhaps you still don't understand the Blood Demon Inheritance. The Blood Demon Inheritance on the 4th level is the most terrifying of all the inheritances. As long as you can obtain this inheritance, you will benefit endlessly. Of course, it is also the most difficult and dangerous. If you're not careful, it is very likely that your life will be in danger. However, you can rest assured. There is a Blood Demon token in the bronze coffin. This Blood Demon token is actually a type of pass to the Blood Demon Inheritance. There are a total of 18 obstacles in the Blood Demon Inheritance. As long as you pass the first 8 obstacles and use the Blood Demon token, you will be able to directly enter the core area of the Blood Demon Inheritance. There, you will be able to directly receive the inheritance. Seeing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. At the same time, he looked at the bronze coffin in front of him with some surprise. He did not expect that this ordinary bronze coffin in front of him would actually be a heaven-ranked spirit treasure. Moreover, the owner of this coffin had said that this bronze coffin was personally refined by him. Obviously, the owner of this coffin was definitely a peerless expert. After all, not just anyone could refine a heaven-ranked spirit treasure. It required a cultivation of at least the 4th venerable realm or above. However, what Zhuowen did not understand was why the owner of this coffin wanted him to receive the Blood Demon Inheritance. Could it be that after he received the Blood Demon Inheritance, the owner of this coffin would benefit in some way? Xiaohei. Shaking his head, Zhuowen had no choice but to ask Xiaohei for help. He felt that the owner of this coffin's request was somewhat strange. Continue reading. There is a paragraph of writing at the bottom. Xiaohei shook her head and suddenly pointed at the bottom. Hearing this, Zhuowen also noticed the writing at the bottom. As it was written at the bottom corner, Zhuowen did not notice it first. A fated person. Perhaps you are very puzzled as to why I want you to receive the Blood Demon Inheritance? I will tell you the truth. In fact, the ancient Blood Demon is not dead. Its soul is hidden in the land of the Blood Demon Inheritance. At that time, I discovered it by chance. However, before I could say anything, I was discovered by the soul of the Blood Demon and had a great battle with it. In the end, I was naturally defeated. However, the soul of the Blood Demon was not any better. It was severely injured by me and fell into a deep sleep in the land of the inheritance. As long as the Blood Demon is given a certain amount of time, the soul of the Blood Demon will awaken again. The only way to destroy the soul of the Blood Demon is for someone to successfully obtain the Blood Demon Inheritance. As long as the Blood Demon Inheritance is taken away by someone, the the soul of the blood demon will have no medium to rely on. At that time, it will naturally disperse. However, the blood demon inheritance is too difficult. Very few warriors can successfully obtain it. However, a fated person, since you were able to climb to the top of Zhongling Mountain, it means that you are not an ordinary genius warrior. You might be able to successfully obtain the blood demon inheritance and completely destroy the soul of the blood demon. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will not force you. After all, this kind of thing is consensual. However, you cannot take away the blood demon token and the bronze coffin. These two items were originally prepared for entering the land of the blood demon inheritance. Seeing this, Zhuan's expression turned ugly. Needless to say, the land of the blood demon inheritance was extremely dangerous. Zhuan could ignore the blood demon token, but he had no choice but to pay attention to the bronze coffin. After all, this was a genuine heaven-rank soul treasure. It would be of great benefit to him. Chapter 530. The bronze coffin's function, Xiaohe. Do you think I should follow this person's request and head to the blood devil's inheritance land? Zhuan was still somewhat hesitant in his heart. After all, this bronze coffin was a genuine heavenly soul treasure. It was a soul treasure that was even more terrifying than the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron in his possession. If he could obtain this soul treasure, his strength would definitely rise to a whole new level. Xiaohe pondered for a moment, then spread out his hands and said, "This matter still needs to be decided by you. However, this Dragon Lord must warn you in advance that the Blood Devil's inheritance will definitely be extremely difficult. Even if you succeed, your chances of success are not high. Therefore, you should consider it carefully." Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll do it. It will be a waste if I don't take the heavenly soul treasure. After all, after reaching the 4th floor, I will have to fight for the inheritance. It's not impossible to attempt the Blood Devil's inheritance land." In the end, Zhuan could not resist the temptation of the heavenly soul treasure. After all, heavenly soul treasures were just too rare. Even the house of Marquis Qin probably did not have many of them. How could Zhuan let go of such a precious item? As for the Blood Devil's inheritance land, although Zhuan was extremely afraid of it, he also knew that the owner of this bronze coffin had already prepared this Blood Devil token and bronze coffin for him. In fact, it could already be considered as reducing the difficulty of the Blood Devil's inheritance land by a lot. Therefore, Zhuan decided to take a gamble. After all, Zhuan had heard of the Blood Devil's inheritance land from Lu Nantian long ago. Even Lu Hantian had almost fallen from this terrifying inheritance. However, if he succeeded in obtaining it, the benefits would be limitless. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. If you shrink back even a little bit, I'm afraid that your future achievements will not be too high. This time, I will take a good gamble for the Blood Devil's inheritance land." As he spoke, Zhuan's eyes flashed. He took a step forward, casually took out a dagger, and lightly cut his palm. Immediately, cherry red blood flowed out from his palm. His bloody palm gently pressed against the bronze coffin, then silently swore to the heavens in his heart that this time he would definitely enter the Blood Devil's inheritance land. Otherwise, he would be destroyed by the heavens and the Devil's inheritance land. The heavens. After making the oath, a blazing green light burst out from the bronze coffin. Then, the bronze coffin shrank to the size of a palm, quietly lying in Zhuan's palm. At the same time, the information about how to use the bronze coffin entered Zhuan's mind. Zhuan, who had been troubled about how to use the coffin, suddenly felt enlightened after receiving this information. It turned out that this bronze coffin was not an offensive spirit treasure. In a sense, it was an auxiliary heaven-ranked spirit treasure. However, its use surprised Zhuan. The information in his mind introduced the use of the bronze coffin. It could create powerful puppets, and the puppets were completely controlled by Zhuan. The use of creating puppets didn't seem very eye-catching and was even a little ordinary. However, the puppets created by the bronze coffin weren't those low-level puppets that couldn't even truss up a chicken. Instead, They had a certain level of intelligence and were high-level puppets that were similar to human martial artists. These puppets even had a certain level of human emotions. Of course, this was not what attracted Joan. What attracted Joan was that as long as enough treasures were placed in the bronze coffin, it could even create ultimate Emperor stage powerhouses. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of ultimate Emperor stage powerhouses. A ultimate Emperor stage powerhouse was an existence comparable to the leaders of the 5 superpowers in the prefecture. Aside from a number 1 powerhouse in Muqin County, Lu Nantian, who had stepped into the 4th Emperor stage, the other 4 leaders, Su Chong, Qinya, Xin Yuanli, and the Master of the Meteorite, were all at the peak of the ultimate Emperor stage. In other words, if Zhuo Wen had enough treasures as materials for the bronze coffin, he could use it to create a puppet for a supreme expert like the ultimate Emperor realm. With such a puppet, no matter how much Su Chong hated him, he wouldn't dare to touch him at all. Even the other supergiants would treat him with respect. Kid, this bronze coffin is a heaven-ranked spirit treasure. Tell me what it does. Don't just stand there and laugh like an idiot, Xiaohei said as he knocked Zhuowen's forehead when he saw Zhuowen laughing like an idiot. After regaining his senses, Zhuowen explained the bronze coffin's use to Xiaohei in detail. Xiaohei revealed a trace of surprise after he finished listening. It can even create a supreme expert like the ultimate 9 wheels Emperor realm. This bronze coffin is indeed impressive. I wonder if it can create 4 puppets at the ultimate 9 wheels Emperor realm? Blackie smacked his lips and laughed. That's not very possible. It said that the strongest puppet is only at the pinnacle level of the 9 wheels Emperor realm. If even 4-wheel Emperor realm experts who are strong enough to be conferred the title of Marquis, this bronze coffin is too abnormal. Zhuowen shook his head. After all, the bronze coffin was only a heaven-ranked spirit treasure. If a heaven-ranked spirit treasure could create 4th Emperor stage puppets, then it would be truly heaven-defying. Therefore, the ultimate Emperor stage puppets could be considered the peak. Yes, you're right. However, if you want to create an ultimate Emperor stage puppet, the resources required would be extremely terrifying, right? What kind of puppets can you create with the resources you have now? Xiaohei suddenly asked. I'm not too sure either. However, apart from being able to create puppets, this bronze coffin's outer shell is also abnormally hard. It can be used as a defensive spirit treasure. Zhuowen shook his head as an awkward expression appeared on his face. With the resources he had accumulated, it was probably impossible for him to create an ultimate Emperor stage puppet. However, the owner of the bronze coffin had probably intended for him to use it as a defensive spirit treasure when he gave him the coffin to explore the Blood Devil's land of inheritance. After all, with his wealth, how could he gather so many resources in such a short time to create an ultimate Emperor stage puppet? You should have a lot of resources on you. After all, you took the Chinquin bags of the enemies you killed in the past. I'm afraid you're planning to bring all those resources back to the Zhuo family, right? However, since you have the bronze coffin now, you can use those resources to create puppets. You can forget about creating an ultimate Emperor stage puppet. However, you might be able to create an ultimate Emperor stage puppet with 5 wheels. This will definitely be of help to you when you enter the Blood Devil's land of inheritance. Xiaohei looked at Zhuowen with a solemn expression. He knew very well that the 4th floor of the Blood Devil's land of inheritance was extremely terrifying. If Zhuowen was not adequately prepared, the chances of him dying were very high. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation appeared on Zhuowen's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then I'll use all those resources. I hope the puppets I create won't disappoint me." As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly slapped his Chinquin bag. Immediately, countless streams of light flew out and entered the bronze coffin. These streams of light included spiritual herbs, spirit treasures, pills, and other items with sufficient energy. However, Zhuowen had no use for them. Originally, Zhuowen had planned to bring these things back to the Zhuo family. However, it seemed that this plan had to be put aside for the time being. Now, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. After all, after the battle for the Vitality Tower, Su Chong would not let this matter rest. Clang! When the last stream of light flew out of Zhuan's Qianquan bag and into the bronze coffin, the cyan coffin lid suddenly closed. Soon after, the bronze coffin quietly floated above Zhuan's head. Zhuan knew that it would take at least 2 or 3 days to create puppets from the bronze coffin. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he silently sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently cultivate with the help of the rich yuan qi in the surroundings. After all, this was the peak of Zhongling Mountain. The density of yuan qi here was far from what other places could compare to. Zhuan could use these few days to consolidate his realm and strength. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, many cultivators in the square outside Zhongling Mountain would occasionally focus their gazes on the peak of Zhongling Mountain. They were all guessing when Zhuan would come down and what benefits Zhuan would obtain. On the platform, Lu Nantian and the other leaders of the various forces were silently waiting for Zhuan's appearance. After all, only after Zhuan came out would they announce the names of the top 100 participants and the opening of the 4th floor of the Vitality Tower. At the peak of Zhongling Mountain, Zhuan slowly opened his eyes. An imperceptible light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, an aura surged out from his body like a tide. I never thought that the air at the peak of Zhongling Mountain would actually contain a trace of spirit qi. 3 days have actually allowed me to advance from the late stage to the peak stage of the ultimate Emperor realm. Zhuan could not help but reveal a trace of joy when he sensed the powerful aura bursting out from his body. Rumble. Suddenly, the bronze coffin that had been floating above Zhuan's head trembled slightly. Then, like a meteor, it directly landed in front of Zhuan. Creak. The lid of the bronze coffin gently opened, and a black figure slowly walked out. This was a young man around the age of 22. He wore a blue robe, and his shoulder-length hair was casually draped over his back. His face was filled with indifference and dullness. However, Zhuan felt a threatening aura from this young man. Looks like this is a puppet created by the bronze coffin. It looks very real. It's basically no different from a human. It's much more realistic than the reverse spirit puppet you obtained back then. Xiao He sized up the white-clothed young man before him and clicked his tongue in wonder. It's indeed extremely realistic. Moreover, this puppet's strength is not bad. It actually possesses the strength of an early-stage Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Although this strength is not comparable to LVE Tao's, it's not far off. Chapter 531. Bailin. Greetings, Master. The young man in white knelt on the ground with one knee as he stared at Zhuan with a burning gaze. It was as if in his eyes, Zhuan was the person he admired the most. It has some spiritual intelligence, and its speech is very clear. Xiao He nodded. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with the puppet in front of him. Zhuan also sized up the puppet in front of him. Other than its somewhat dull expression, the puppet's appearance was almost exactly the same as a human's. If one did not carefully examine it, one would not be able to tell that it was actually a lifeless puppet. From now on, you will be called Bailin. This way, it will be easier to call you in the future. Zhuan casually gave the puppet a name in front of him. Thank you, Master, for giving me a name. Bailin heard this, and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he cupped his hands. Zhuan nodded when he heard this. After that, he gestured with his right hand, and Bailin was immediately absorbed into the bronze coffin. After that, the bronze coffin returned to the size of a palm and was caught by Zhuan. Looking around, Zhuan said softly, "Since this matter is over, we should leave Zhongling Mountain." Xiao He on the side nodded when he heard this. He immediately turned into a black light and drilled into the depths of Zhuan's eyebrows. Zhuan gently took out his identity token and formed a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, a white light enveloped Zhuan, and Zhuan's figure slowly disappeared. In the square outside Zhongling Mountain, many genius warriors were staring at Zhongling Mountain. They were all waiting for Zhuan to appear. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Zhuan come out yet? Did something happen at the top of the mountain? I'm afraid he got a great benefit at the top of the mountain. After all, the top of Zhongling Mountain is extremely mysterious. It is said that there is a great fortune inside. However, no one has ever gone up, so no one knows what is inside. If there's really a great fortune, Zhuan will probably get a lot of benefits inside. While many martial artists were complaining, a beam of light shot up from the end of the square, and a slender figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Swish! Swish! The instant this figure appeared in front of everyone, the gazes of everyone in the square gathered on this figure. After which, the entire square became silent, because the person who appeared in front of them was Zhuan, whom he had been waiting for all this while. Feeling the various gazes directed at him, Zhuan ignored them all. Instead, he casually found a corner in the square and sat down, waiting for the opening of the fourth floor. Brother Zhua, you're really awesome. You actually surpassed LVE Tao and obtained first place in Zhongling Mountain. You even climbed to the peak of Zhongling Mountain and broke the record of Zhongling Mountain for thousands of years. A fervent voice suddenly sounded in Zhuan's ears. Slightly raising his head, Zhuan immediately saw Ouyang Hanxian dressed in white. He had an excited expression as he walked in front of Zhuan. After that, he sat beside Zhuan without any trace of politeness. Brother Hanxian. Seeing Ouyang Hanxian, Zhuan's face revealed a trace of a smile. Broken Rock City's Ouyang Hanxian, Ouyang Yuntu, and Qiuqiu had helped him a lot. Although this Ouyang Hanxian was somewhat scheming, he was indeed not bad to him and could be considered one of his few friends. Brother Zhua, you don't know how wonderful the expressions of the martial artists in the square were when you climbed to the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Even the faces of the 5 super geniuses were even more wonderful. At this moment, Ouyang Hanxian was extremely excited. He kept telling Zhuan about the expressions of the other martial artists when he climbed Zhongling Mountain. He described it vividly, while Zhuan sat at the side and listened with a smile. After Ouyang Hanxian finished speaking, Zhuan asked curiously, Brother Hanxian, I wonder if you enter the top 100 this time? Hearing this, Ouyang Hanxian's face revealed a smug expression. He smiled and said, I was lucky enough to enter the top 100. I just happened to be ranked 100th. It could be said that it was all due to luck. Zhuan was slightly surprised. Ouyang Hanxian's cultivation wasn't high. He was only at the initial stage of the second wheel extreme emperor stage. However, he was actually able to enter the top 100 of Zhongling Mountain. It seemed that Ouyang Hanxian had some secrets. However, Zhuan naturally wouldn't dig into this matter. He just changed the topic at the right time. After all, everyone had their own secrets. For example, Zhuan had many more secrets than others. It is said that only 5 ancient inheritances will appear on the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower. I'm afraid that these 5 ancient inheritances are not fated with us. They should have been dominated by the 5 super geniuses. However, Brother Zhua, with your potential and strength, you should have the possibility of competing for an ancient inheritance. Ouyang Hanxian sighed slightly. Then, he looked hopefully at Zhuan in front of him. He knew that others might not be able to compete with the 5 super geniuses, but Zhuan in front of him was very likely to obtain one of the ancient inheritances. After all, Zhuan's performance on Zhongling Mountain was too amazing. In addition, even LV Yongsheng had been defeated by Zhuan. Therefore, other genius warriors had already thought that Zhuan was the most likely candidate to obtain an inheritance from the 5 super geniuses. That's not necessarily true. The ancient inheritances on the 4th floor rely on one's own opportunities. They may not be obtained by strength. Zhuan shook his head. However, with his current strength, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain one of the ancient inheritances. However, his goal this time wasn't an ordinary inheritance. It was the most terrifying blood devil inheritance. Therefore, he wasn't very interested in the 5 new inheritances that had appeared. Just as Zhuan was conversing with Ouyang Hanxian, LV Yitao suddenly stood up and walked toward Zhuan's direction. LV Yitao's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, when they saw that LV Yitao was walking towards Zhuan's direction, everyone's eyes revealed a strange expression. LV Yitao is actually walking towards Zhuan. Could it be that he wants to find trouble with Zhuan? Probably not. After all, there are ancient restrictions on the plaza. Furthermore, LV Nantian and the rest are watching from outside. LV Tao shouldn't be reckless. Discussions slowly sounded out. Everyone was puzzled by LV Tao's actions. Zhuan also sensed something. He raised his head slightly, and his gaze immediately fell on LV Tao, who was walking towards him. He frowned slightly, but he was secretly on guard in his heart. LV Tao was a genuine ultimate five-wheel emperor. If this person really wanted to find trouble with him, he would have to use all his strength. He might even be forced to use the puppet by Lin. Ouyang Hanxian, who was beside him, also noticed LV Tao walking over. His expression was slightly startled, but he still stood firmly beside Zhuan. He stared at LV Tao without fear. LV Tao directly ignored Ouyang Hanxian. Instead, he stared at Zhuan and said indifferently, "Zhuan, what is the stone statue on the peak of Zhongling Mountain? Can you tell me?" Hearing this, Zhuan couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect LV Tao to come and ask him this question. After pondering for a moment, Zhuan shook his head and said, "There is no stone statue on the peak of the mountain. That stone statue is an illusion in your heart. In other words, the 10,000 step of Zhongling Mountain does not have any pressure. It is just an illusion." Hearing these words, LV Tao's pupil shrank. He recalled everything that happened when he reached the 10,000 step, as well as the stone statue that looked down at him from the top of the mountain. He finally realized that the one who eliminated him was himself. Just as Zhuan had said, the 10,000 step didn't have any pressure. It was just an illusion that entered one's heart. If his heart wasn't in chaos at that time, the 10,000 step would have been broken by itself. However, his heart was in chaos at that time. He knew that if his heart wasn't in chaos at that time, the one who would reach the top of the mountain would be him and not Zhuan in front of him. Actually, you could have one, but you lost to yourself in the end. Zhuan shook his head and said meaningfully. Others might not understand this sentence, but LV Tao understood it. His indifferent face couldn't help but reveal a trace of bitterness. "Zhuan, a loss is a loss. After all, the one who reached the top of the mountain was you and not me. It's useless to regret now. Moreover, to be able to force me to that point, your heart is very strong and I admire it very much. When your strength increases a little, I will find you to compete again." Taking a deep look at Zhuan, LV Tao slowly turned around and returned to his place. Not far away, Su Tianliang, who originally wanted to watch a good show, had a disappointed expression on his face. He thought that LV Tao would teach Zhuan a lesson. In the end, he was happy for nothing. "Forget it. When we enter the 4th floor, we can also teach this little bastard a lesson." Su Tianliang muttered hatefully. On the other hand, Zhuan silently looked at LV Tao in the distance, a thoughtful look on his face. "Just now, when LV Tao left, he sent me a message. You have to be careful of Su Tianliang, and Zhuqi Luo Xing just told me that these two people will probably harm you in the 4th floor. Although your potential is very strong, your strength is still not enough. If you want to save your life, it's best to avoid those two people." This LV Tao's temperament is very good. He's not like his second and third brothers, who are full of evil tricks and seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He has the demeanor of a gentleman. Xiaohei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Her words couldn't hide her admiration for LV Tao. Zhuan also nodded. It seemed that this LV Tao was able to become the #1 genius of Muqin County not by chance. This person's talent and temperament could be considered to be the best choice. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. However, since Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi want to harm me, then when we enter the 4th floor, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Zhuan tilted his head slightly. His gaze immediately focused on Su Tianliang, who had a gloomy expression, and Zhu Qi, who had an indifferent expression. Putting aside Zhu Qi for the time being, Zhuan would definitely settle old scores with Su Tianliang. Chapter 532. Ancient ruins. The crowd in the square did not have to wait for long before a vast and solemn voice resounded through the sky like a tide. They knew that Lu Nantian had finally spoken. Congratulations to those who have entered the top 100. You now have the qualifications to enter the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower. As soon as these words were spoken, those who entered the top 100 revealed excited expressions. As for those who did not enter the top 100, their faces were gloomy. The 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower is filled with ancient ruins. There are many treasures left behind from ancient times in those ruins. If you have the strength and opportunity, you can even obtain rare treasures like the Heavenly Soul Treasure. As for the place where the ancient inheritance is located, it is at the end of the 4th floor. There is a huge land of inheritance there. If you want to enter the land of inheritance, you must obtain the corresponding key. This key is hidden in the ancient ruins outside the land of inheritance. Let me make it clear that there are only a total of 10 keys. Therefore, only 10 people are qualified to enter the land of inheritance. There will be 5 ancient inheritances that are open to the public. Of course, in addition to these 5, there is also an inheritance that has always been open to the public. That is the Blood Demon Inheritance. However, this old man has a word of advice for you. The process of inheriting the Blood Demon Inheritance is extremely terrifying. If you're unable to inherit it successfully, you will undoubtedly die. Therefore, if you do not have a certain level of strength, it is best not to choose the Blood Demon Inheritance. Moreover, in my opinion, among the 100 of you, I am afraid that not one will be able to successfully obtain the Blood Demon Inheritance. Therefore, it is best to act according to your strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd in the square burst into an uproar. They had naturally heard of the terror of the Blood Demon Inheritance. At the same time, the Blood Demon Inheritance was considered the strongest inheritance in the land of inheritance. It was the highest inheritance that surpassed the other inheritances. Once one obtained the Blood Demon Inheritance, it would not be a problem for them to enter the 4 Sovereigns' realm in the future. They might even be able to peek into the Supreme Sovereign realm. With such strength, they would be able to stand on equal footing with the Azure Emperor of the Azure Mystic Empire. Everyone was extremely clear about the importance of the inheritance. This was because the ancient inheritance did not only contain secret martial arts manuals, but also the accumulated experience of generations. After all, the inheritance condensed all the essence of the ancient sect. Obtaining the inheritance also meant obtaining the accumulated results of generations of ancient sections. It went without saying how precious such results were to a cultivator. It was precisely because of this reason that ancient inheritances possessed such a strong allure, causing countless geniuses to fight for them. And the more powerful an ancient inheritance was, the more terrifying it would be for a cultivator. And the Blood Demon Inheritance, which was known as the #1 inheritance in the land of inheritance, was undoubtedly the inheritance that gave the greatest boost to a cultivator. However, the Blood Devil's Inheritance was infamous. Although the Blood Devil's Inheritance was tempting enough, many people knew their limits. Therefore, they didn't plan to place their attention on it. After hearing Lu Nantian's last sentence, the indifferent Lu Nantian clenched his fist slightly. He knew that Lu Nantian's words were meant for himself. Do what you can. Lu Yitao's eyes flickered, but he still sighed in the end. He knew how much Lu Nantian expected of him. After all, the War of the 9 Counties was about to begin. If something happened to him because of the Blood Devil's Inheritance, this War of the 9 Counties would probably be the same as the previous one. In the previous War of the Origin Chi Tower, Lu Hantian, the #1 genius of Muqin County, stubbornly chose the Blood Devil's Inheritance. In the end, he failed and died, leaving the other geniuses of Muqin County without a leader. Therefore, Muqin County lost miserably that time. If Lu Yitao entered the 4th floor this time and chose the Blood Devil's Inheritance like Lu Hantian, he would most likely end up in a disaster. At that time, the War of the 9 Counties would very likely repeat the previous fiasco. Therefore, Lu Nantian said to do what you can. Forget it. Right now, I need to focus on the big picture. Shaking his head, Lu Yitao also had no confidence in the Blood Devil's Inheritance. After all, Lu Hantian died because of it, so he naturally didn't have much confidence. However, I wonder if Zhuowen can successfully pass the trial inside and obtain the inheritance if he enters the Blood Devil's inheritance. Thinking of this, Lu Yitao couldn't help but look at Zhuowen, who was not far away. He knew that Zhuowen was not simple to be able to reach the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Even he couldn't see through the former, so he couldn't help but think that Zhuowen might be able to pass the Blood Devil's inheritance. However, he quickly threw away this unrealistic idea. Although Zhuowen reached the peak of Zhongling Mountain, it only meant that this child had extremely high potential. However, his strength was too weak. Entering the Blood Devil's inheritance was simply courting death. I really don't know which monstrous cultivator will obtain the Blood Devil's inheritance on the 4th floor, or if no one will ever be qualified to obtain it. In the sky, Lu Nanshan's voice was silent for a while before it resounded again. If no one has any objections, then this lord will now open the entrance to the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower for all of you. Just as LV Nanshan's voice fell, thick white light pillars sprinkled down from the distant horizon. There were more than 100 pillars of light that were like pillars that supported the heavens. They enveloped a portion of the martial artists in the square, and the martial artists that were enveloped were undoubtedly the top 100 geniuses. The other cultivators in the square, who weren't enveloped by the light pillars, looked at the figures in the light pillars with envy. They all knew that the true opportunity of the Origin Chi Tower was on the 4th floor. After all, the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower contained an endless amount of ancient ruins. Even if those in the top 100 could not compete for 5 ancient inheritances, the treasures in the ancient ruins were all extremely valuable and powerful. Even obtaining one of them would greatly increase one's strength. This time, 5 new ancient inheritances will appear on the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower. I wonder which 5 will obtain these 5 ancient inheritances. It should be the 5 super geniuses. After all, the ancient inheritances that appear every time the Origin Chi Tower battle appear, they're basically divided among the geniuses of the 5 super forces. That's true, but that Zhuowen also has a very good chance of obtaining one of the ancient inheritances. After all, his performance on Zhongling Mountain was too amazing. Not necessarily. That Zhuowen's performance on Zhongling Mountain was so eye-catching. It can only mean that his potential is very strong. However, his strength is only around the Ultimate Emperor stage. There is still a certain gap between him and the 5 super geniuses. The beam of light on the square flashed, and the 100 geniuses disappeared from the square in an instant. The rest of the warriors on the square naturally began to discuss without restraint. Of course, their most fervent topic was naturally the ownership of the 5 ancient inheritances in the Land of Inheritance. Although Zhuowen's performance on Zhongling Mountain was very amazing, no one was very optimistic about him. After all, Zhongling Mountain not only tested one's strength, but also one's potential. Obviously, the fact that Zhuowen could reach the peak meant that his potential was limitless. With Zhuowen's potential, as long as he was given enough time, surpassing the 5 super geniuses wouldn't be a problem. However, Zhuowen's strength was still too weak. Compared to the other 5 super geniuses, he was still lacking by a large margin. Of course, discussions were just discussions. If these people knew Zhuowen's true strength, they probably wouldn't be so unconfident about Zhuowen. After all 365 acupoints in Zhuowen's body had been opened. The nirvana of the Great Sun had reached the beginner level, and the strength of his body had reached an unparalleled level. His strength was comparable to that of an Ultimate Emperor Stage expert. Even an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Stage expert might not necessarily be a match for Zhuowen. Among the 5 super geniuses, Su Tianliang and Qin Batian were the weakest. They were both at the peak of the Ultimate Emperor Stage. Zhu Qi was slightly more difficult to deal with, as he was at the early stage of the Ultimate Emperor Stage. However, with the strength of Zhuowen's body, he didn't fear the 3 of them at all. In fact, if they were to fight, Zhuowen's chances of victory were very high. However, Luo Xing and LV Tao were 2 super geniuses. Zhuowen was probably much more difficult to deal with. It was said that Luo Xing was already at the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. If Zhuan only relied on the strength of his body, he probably wouldn't be a match for Luo Xing. However, if he added in some of his trump cards, he might be able to fight evenly with Luo Xing. On the other hand, the number 1 genius of Muqin County, Lve Tao, had already reached the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. If Zhuan didn't take out the Heaven Tier Spirit Treasure, the bronze coffin, he probably wouldn't be able to resist Lve Tao at all. However, the bronze coffin was Zhuan's final trump card, so Zhuan wouldn't reveal it too early. With Lve Tao's attitude, he probably wouldn't lower himself to deal with Zhuan. Of course, even if he had to deal with Zhuan, Zhuan wouldn't be afraid. Zhuan only saw a white light flash before his eyes as a trace of dizziness flashed through his mind. When he gradually recovered, Zhuan discovered that he was no longer in the plaza on the 3rd floor. This was a small, barren hill. Within a radius of 10 miles around the small hill, there was a transparent, oval-shaped barrier of light. Outside the barrier of light was an endless wasteland, which seemed to be filled with vicissitudes and ancientness. At this moment, on the small hill, a beam of light flashed. The other cultivators were also teleported in by the beam of light. They were all rubbing their heads, their faces confused and puzzled. Obviously, they weren't used to the unfamiliar environment around them. This should be the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower, Zhuan muttered to himself as he looked around at the barren environment. Brother Zhua. At this moment, the white-clothed Ouyang Hanxian was also teleported in. He hurriedly came to Zhuan's side. Here, he only knew Zhuan. Moreover, Zhuan was stronger than him. Being with Zhuan was at least much safer than being alone. After all, the 4th floor of the Origin Chi Tower was no longer restricted by the ancient restrictions and rules. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be some cultivators with bad intentions who wanted to rob the Qinkuan bags from other cultivators. Chapter 533. Trouble. Slightly nodding his head towards Ouyang Hanxian, Zhuan's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the outside environment through the light barrier. He discovered that there were still a few sparse buildings on the endless wasteland outside. However, those buildings looked extremely dilapidated. It looked like a scene of decay after a war. It was not difficult to guess that a long time ago, an extremely tragic war had taken place on this wasteland. Ouyang Hanxian also noticed Zhua Wen's line of sight. His gaze also landed on the dilapidated buildings in the distance. With a smile, he said, "Those dilapidated buildings should be the remnants of the ancient times. These remnants of the ancient times are basically like this, extremely dilapidated." Ancient ruins? Hearing this, Zhuan's eyes lit up. If the ancient ruins were relatively intact, there would be good things inside. Now, Zhuan was extremely short of resources. If he could obtain enough resources from these ancient ruins, he was afraid that he could rely on the bronze coffin to raise Bai Lin's strength to the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm. Once Bai Lin's strength reached the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm, Zhuan would not be afraid of the revenge of the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion. At this time, the 100 warriors on the small hill had basically all arrived. These warriors were close friends or disciples of the same force. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, divided into small groups. Zhuan, you have to be careful of Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi. I'm afraid they will do you harm. If you can join the team of our Jade Lady Starcourt. With the strength of our Jade Lady Starcourt, Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi will not easily touch you. While Zhuan was silently observing the surrounding environment, a clear and melodious voice slowly rang in his ears. Slightly startled, Zhuan slightly raised his head and immediately saw Qing Lian, who was in the team of Jade Lady Starcourt, not far away, looking at him with concern. Looking at the concerned expression on Qing Lian's face, Zhuan felt a little warm at his heart. He nodded at her and replied with a sound transmission. "Miss Qing Lian, thank you for your kindness. I have my ways to deal with Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi." Hearing Zhuan's words, Qing Lian knew that Zhuan probably had a backup plan. Therefore, she wasn't worried. After all, she had seen the various records that Zhuan had created along the way. Therefore, she still believed in Zhuan's strength. Don't call me Miss Qing Lian in the future. Just call me Qing Lian. After all, we are considered friends." After hesitating for a while, Qing Lian suddenly shyly transmitted her voice. On the elegant face of Qing Lian, who was in the team of Jade Lady Starcourt, there was a rare touch of shyness, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Zhuowen naturally saw Qing Lian's unusual behavior. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, I'll directly call you Qing Lian in the future. After all, you treat me as a friend, so I, Zhuowen, will naturally treat you as a friend. You have to be careful in the ancient ruins this time." "And I will." Seeing that Zhuowen really called her by her name, Qing Lian was overjoyed and the corners of her mouth bloomed into a sweet smile. However, Zhuowen did not see any of this because when he was talking to Qing Lian, two malicious gazes were fixed on his back, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end. Tilting his head slightly, Zhuowen immediately saw that not far behind him, the owners of these two gazes were Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi at this moment. The two of them had quite a number of subordinates beside them. Basically, they were all disciples of the house of Marquis, Baichuan, and the house of the Imperial Sword. After all, the 5 great super factions were the 5 strongest factions in Muqin County. They produced many geniuses. Hence, the 5 great factions occupied nearly half of the top 100 spots this time around. On average, 10 people from each of the 5 great factions had entered the 4th level. Zhuowen, this time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. After the seal outside the small hill is broken, it will be the time of your death. Cherish your last moments. Su Tianliang's gaze was cold. He brought the 20 people behind him and directly came in front of Zhuowen. His gaze was condescending as he stared at Zhuowen. Zhu Qi stood beside Su Tianliang with his hands crossed in front of his chest. With a cold expression, he said, "Zhuowen, actually I, Zhu Qi, have no interest in intervening in the grudge between you and Su Tianliang. If you give me your Chinquin bag, then I won't intervene in the grudge between you and Su Tianliang. How about it? Brother Zhu, didn't we agree on this?" Zhu Qi's words immediately caused Su Tianliang's expression to change slightly. He had clearly discussed with Zhu Qi that they would join hands to kill Zhuowen after entering the 4th level. After that, they would split the items in Zhuowen's Chinquin bag equally. However, Zhu Qi's words immediately caused Su Tianliang's expression to become extremely ugly. "Hee, Brother Su, don't forget that I'm helping you because of this kid's Chinquin bag. If this kid knows what's good for him and hands over his Chinquin bag, then I naturally don't need to fight with him. After all, I'm in a hurry to go to the ancient ruins to find the key." Zhu Qi coldly snorted. His face did not have the slightest bit of shame for breaking the agreement. Instead, he had a natural expression. Moreover, he was not stupid. Since Su Tianliang hated Zhuowen so much, it was obvious that there was no small grudge between them. He would not be used as a tool for others. Hearing this, Su Tianliang coldly snorted. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. He believed that Zhuowen would not easily agree to give his Chinquin bag to Zhu Qi once he did not agree. Zhu Qi would still join hands with him to kill this Zhuowen in the end. However, Zhuowen shook his head and coldly said, "Who do you think you are? Why should I give my Chinquin bag to you? If your Imperial Sword Gate's leader, Xin Yuanli, came to ask for my Chinquin bag, perhaps I would give it to him. But who do you think you are?" When these words came out, the surroundings suddenly became silent. Soon after, many people stared at Zhuowen in astonishment. They did not expect that Zhuowen's temper would be so bad. He actually did not give Zhu Qi any face. At this moment, Zhu Qi's face was extremely gloomy. Originally, he did not plan to kill Zhuowen. He only wanted Zhuowen to hand over his Chinquin bag. Then, they would naturally not care about the matter between him and Su Tianliang. However, now that Zhuowen said this, the coldness in his heart became even more intense. A trace of killing intent gradually appeared in his heart towards Zhuowen. As a #1 genius of the Imperial Sword Gate, who would not be respectful towards him, who would not give him any face like Zhuowen. This almost made Zhu Qi's lungs explode. "Sure enough, you have guts. Originally, Brother Su said that you were arrogant and conceited. I do not believe it. After all, you're only a lowly person from a low-level city. What confidence do you have to be so arrogant and conceited? But now I believe it. An incomparably arrogant brat, like you, usually ends up in a very miserable state. Zhu Qi coldly said. Su Tianliang's eyes lit up when he saw that Zhuowen was truly angered. He secretly cursed Zhuowen for being brainless. He was actually so arrogant that he did not even take Zhu Qi seriously. After all, Zhu Qi was slightly stronger than him. Even he did not dare to speak so rudely to him. The conflict between Zhuowen and Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi also attracted the attention of the others on the hill. Gazes immediately gathered on Zhuowen, Su Tianliang, and the others. Their gazes were filled with mockery. Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi have actually made trouble for Zhuowen. Looks like Zhuowen is in for it. Zhuowen is alone. Although his performance at Zhongling Mountain was eye-catching, his strength is only at the three-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. If he offends Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi at the same time, he is basically finished. The surrounding people whispered. They looked at Zhuowen with pity, worry, and schadenfreude. However, most of them silently mourned for Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's strength was not high. Facing Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi was simply courting death. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and LV Tao, who were not far away, also noticed the strange situation on Zhuowen's side. They all frowned slightly. Senior sister Luo Xing, you must help Zhuowen this time. If you don't help, don't stop me. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she whispered to Qing Lian. Hearing this, Luo Xing sighed softly and said, Don't worry, I will help this time. After all, Zhuowen saved your and Honglian's lives in the dark forest. It is time to repay this favor. As she spoke, Luo Xing led the team of Jade Lady Astral Court slowly to where Zhuowen was. The people of Jade Lady Astral Court are also here. Do they also want to deal with Zhuowen? When Luo Xing led the team to where Luo Xing was, many of the surrounding people were surprised. Luo Xing, could it be that you want to protect Zhuowen? You have to know that if you want to protect Zhuowen, it means that you have to go against the two super forces of Marquis House of Baichuan and Ruling Sword School. Seeing Luo Xing leading the team to Zhuowen's side, Su Tianliang's eyelids twitched, and he said in a timid voice. Zhu Qi's face also turned ugly, especially when he looked at Luo Xing. His eyes were filled with coldness. This Zhuowen once saved a disciple of our Jade Lady Astral Court. Jade Lady Astral Court owes him a favor, so I hope you two can give me face and let Zhuowen go. Luo Xing's face was indifferent. Her voice was clear and melodious. Many warriors present showed a touch of infatuation after hearing her melodious voice. On the other hand, Zhuowen glanced at Luo Xing in surprise. He never expected Luo Xing to help him for the first time. He remembered that Luo Xing didn't seem to care at all when the everlasting old man attacked him. However, after seeing Qing Lian sticking her tongue out at him beside Luo Xing, he knew that Luo Xing's help was mostly due to Qing Lian. Luo Xing, are you really going to help Zhuowen? Zhu Qi suddenly took a step forward as he stared at Luo Xing with bloodshot eyes. A terrifying aura overflowed from his body, as if there was a ferocious beast hidden in his body. Luo Xing frowned. She knew that Zhu Qi had been holding a grudge against her for snatching the title of the second genius, but she did not expect that Zhu Qi would want to attack her. However, Luo Xing was not afraid. After all, she was very clear about the difference in strength between her and Zhu Qi. If they really fought, Zhu Qi would not gain the slightest advantage. Chapter 534. Falling Star sect. Just when the atmosphere on the hill was at its peak, clear footsteps slowly sounded. LV Tao, dressed in a white robe, slowly walked over with an indifferent expression. Zhu Qi, let's end this here. Although you can fight freely on the 4th floor of the Tower of Vitality, we haven't even entered the ancient ruins yet. Aren't you afraid of Father's reprimand? LV Tao paused beside Luo Xing. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhu Qi, whose eyes were red and whose aura was boiling. An aura that was many times stronger than Zhu Qi's slowly flowed out and instantly suppressed Zhu Qi, feeling the aura from LV Itao's body. Zhu Qi's pupils shrank. He coldly snorted and withdrew the aura from his body. He glanced at LV Itao with fear, then stared at Zhuowen and coldly said, "Hee. Zhuowen, you can only hide behind a woman. You're just a coward." Zhuowen could not be bothered with Zhu Qi's low-level provocation. Instead, he glanced at LV Itao with some surprise. He did not expect that LV Itao would actually step forward. This was something he did not expect. It seems that this battle is not going to happen. Zhuowen secretly shook his head and felt a little regretful. With his current strength, he was not afraid of Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi joining forces. He originally wanted to teach Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi a lesson, but now it seemed that it was impossible. "Zhuowen, take care of your dog life. If you meet us in the ancient ruins, I will personally take your dog life." After Zhu Qi left these words coldly, he directly left the hill with the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect. He also knew that even LV Itao had come forward. Killing Zhuowen now was simply a pipe dream. The most important thing now was to hurry up and find the key to the land of inheritance in the ancient ruins. He didn't need to spend all his energy on Zhuowen. After all, he had plenty of time. Su Tianliang glared hatefully at Zhuowen and led the people of Marquis House of Baichuan away from the small hill, heading straight for the scattered ruins in the distance. With Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi's two groups taking the lead, the other groups of ancient martial artists on the small hill all revealed a blazing expression on their faces. They all used their movement techniques and rushed towards the distant remains. Although they were not as strong as the 5 super geniuses, the key to the land of inheritance was not something that could be found by relying on strength. It still depended on one's own luck. In an instant, almost half of the cultivators in the small hill had left, and the originally bustling small hill now seemed quite deserted. "Sister Luoxing Zhuowen, it's time for me to leave as well. I wish you good luck, and hope that you can obtain the key." As he said, LV Tao's gaze suddenly landed on Zhuowen, and he said, "Zhuowen, I hope you can quickly improve your strength. When the time comes, I will compete with you again." LV Tao stood tall and faintly cupped his hands in obeisance to Zhuowen, Luoxing, and the others. He also led the people of the house of Marquis Qin away from the small hill. "Zhuowen, it's rare for Brother LV to stand up for someone. It seems that he really regards you as his opponent. I'm afraid that when your strength increases, Brother LV will really find you to compete with." Luoxing's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she stared at Zhuowen. The corners of her mouth revealed a faint smile. It was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. Ouyang Hanxian, who was beside Zhuowen, stared with his eyes wide open. Even Zhuowen could not help but be slightly taken aback by Luo Xing's alluring smile. Luo Xing was indeed worthy of being the #1 beauty in the province. Her every frown and smile carried a peerless charm. In terms of temperament and appearance, perhaps only Mu Qinxue, whom he had met in the ancient cavern, could compete with her. Thinking of Mu Qinxue, Zhuowen's gaze gradually blurred. This time, he could be considered to have completely obtained a place in the top 100 of the Tower of Vitality. He was already qualified to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties. He was also one step closer to seeing Mu Qinxue. "Mu Qinxue, wait for me. In the Battle of the 9 Counties, I, Zhuowen, will definitely fight for the opportunity to be conferred the title of Marquis. Only a Marquis has the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination of Jiaxin Academy." Slightly clenching his fist, the blurred look in Zhuowen's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a touch of determination. More than 2 years had passed since they parted in the ancient cavern. Zhuowen had also gradually grown from a tender youth to a robust youth. In these 2 years, Zhuowen had not forgotten the promise he had made with Mu Qinxue. Instead, his yearning for her had become even more intense. Even now, Zhuowen could not wait to go to Jiaxin Academy to see Mu Qinxue. However, he also knew that Jiaxin Academy was after all the second greatest power in the Eastern lands. In front of such a power, The Qing Xian Empire was an ant-like existence. If he went with his current strength, he did not even have the qualifications to enter Jiaxin Academy, let alone see Mu Qinxue. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhuo Wankai had desperately cultivated for the past 2 years, and had even suffered countless hardships. It was because in his heart, there had always been a beautiful figure that he was concerned about and missed. Zhuowen's sudden absent-mindedness made the corners of Luo Xing's mouth curl into a faint smile. Obviously, she thought that Zhuowen's absent-mindedness was because of her sweet smile. Shaking her head, Luo Xing said softly, "Young Master Zhuo, we also have to leave. I wish you all good luck." Nodding lightly, Luo Xing led the people of Jade Lady Star Court and left. Not long after Luo Xing and the others left, Zhuowen took a deep breath and said to Ouyang Hanxian beside him, "Brother Hanxian, let's go. If we can find the 2 keys this time, we will be qualified to enter the land of inheritance." Unexpectedly, Ouyang Hanxian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Zhuo, my strength is too weak. Even if I find the keys, I don't plan to enter the land of inheritance. After all, with my strength, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return alive if I enter that place." Ouyang Hanxian was quite self-aware. This time, he entered the ancient ruins with the intention of finding some powerful treasures. As for the ancient inheritance, it was too far away for him. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. Ouyang Hanxian's words made sense. His strength was indeed a little weak. Entering the land of inheritance would definitely do more harm than good to Ouyang Hanxian. When we enter the ancient ruins, I will help you get some treasures. This way, you won't have come in vain. After pondering for a while, Zhuowen decided to get some treasures for Ouyang Hanxian. After all, Zhuowen and Ouyang Yuna had helped him a lot. Such kindness naturally had to be repaid by Ouyang Hanxian. Moreover, Ouyang Hanxian had treated him sincerely, so it was understandable that Zhuowen would help Ouyang Hanxian. "Let's go." With that, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian suddenly turned into 2 streamers and rushed toward the ruins in the distance. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 air-piercing sounds suddenly sounded. Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian suddenly stopped in front of a huge building. This building was extremely dilapidated. However, from the dilapidated traces, Zhuowen could still see that this building was once an extremely magnificent hall. In front of this dilapidated hall, there was a stone arch that was dozens of feet high. However, only half of this stone arch remained. There were a few vague words engraved above the stone arch. Falling Star Sect? Looking at the vague words, Zhuowen muttered, "Obviously, this dilapidated hall should be the ruins of a sect called Falling Star Sect in the ancient times." At this time, in the dilapidated hall in front, there were already a few people who were constantly searching inside. Obviously, they were all trying their luck to see if they could find treasures in this hall. This Falling Star Sect looks quite magnificent. However, it is a pity that it has become so dilapidated now. Standing outside the door and looking at the sect ruins in front of him, Ouyang Hanxian could not help but sigh. Sometimes the power of time was really terrifying. No matter how glorious it was in the past, with the passage of time, the glory would eventually become a thing of the past. "Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can find some useful clues inside." Zhuowen sighed and nodded. Then, he led Ouyang Hanxian directly into the hall. The arrival of Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian also attracted the attention of the rest of the people in the hall. When they saw Zhuowen, they all revealed a trace of fear. Zhuowen's performance on Zhongling Mountain was so amazing. Now, these genius warriors who had entered the 4th level could all recognize Zhuowen. Moreover, although in their opinion, Zhuowen's strength was not as good as the 5 super forces, it was actually not too far apart. After all, Zhuowen was a genuine ultimate 3-wheel emperor. Such a cultivation was enough to instantly kill any warrior except the 5 super geniuses. Zhuowen also felt the vigilance of the others in the hall. He shook his head and ignored those nervous warriors. Instead, he directly led Ouyang Hanxian into the depths of the hall. It had to be said that this hall was really dilapidated. Along the way, there was basically no place that was intact. Looking at these dilapidated scenes, Zhuan really had some doubts. Would such a hall really have the so-called treasures? There seems to be a situation ahead. Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, Zhuan let out a soft cry of surprise. Just now, when he was walking, Xiao He in his sea of consciousness suddenly mentioned that there seemed to be some movement ahead. Therefore, Zhuan immediately became vigilant and began to slowly walk forward. When Ouyang Hanxian saw Zhuan's vigilant appearance, he was a little puzzled. However, he did not mind and also followed behind Zhuan vigilantly. After all, Zhuan's strength was much stronger than his. Following him would naturally be more secure. At the end of the hall, there was a tunnel on the left. The tunnel's location was extremely remote. If not for Xiao Hei's reminder, Zhuan really would not have noticed this remote tunnel. On the other hand, Ouyang Hanxian looked at Zhuan in surprise. This tunnel was so remote, but it was actually discovered by Zhuan in advance. In his heart, he naturally believed in Zhuan even more. Let's go in. Who knows? There might be something good inside. Chapter 535. Space Stone Tablet. The passageway was dark and gloomy. Gusts of cold wind constantly whistled through the narrow passageway, sounding exceptionally horrifying. Zhuan's performance was still all right, but Ouyang Hanxuan's expression was somewhat unnatural. However, when he thought of Zhuan's powerful strength, he felt a lot more at ease. Look, there's a light source in front. I'm afraid we're almost at the exit. Ouyang Hanxian suddenly pointed to the front and shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Zhuan's gaze also focused in front. Indeed, at the end of the tunnel, there was a rather dazzling white light. Let's go. Let's go over and take a look. Nodding his head, Zhuan immediately brought Ouyang Hanxian and slowly approached the light source in front. His expression was still filled with caution. After all, this place was the interior of an ancient sect. Although time had passed, and most of it had already become extremely dilapidated, no one knew whether or not there was still some kind of powerful mechanism or restriction inside. Therefore, it was better to be careful. Within 100 steps of the light source, Zhuan's ears moved slightly. He could actually faintly hear the sound of metal clashing and scolding. He couldn't help but be slightly startled. There was someone at the exit of the tunnel. This was a thought that flashed through Zhuan's mind. Ouyang Hanxian, who was beside him, obviously also noticed the abnormality. His gaze was fixed on Zhuan, as if he was following Zhuan's lead. Brother Zhua, what should we do now? Ouyang Hanxian couldn't help but ask softly. You stay here first. I'll go over and take a look. If the situation is critical, you should escape first. After all, the ancient ruins are filled with danger. If you're with me, I might not be able to take care of you. Zhuan cautiously instructed. Ouyang Hanxian hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, All right. However, you should be careful. Your life is the most important thing. Nodding his head, Zhuan carefully walked towards the exit. Outside the light source, there was a rather majestic inner hall. Inside the hall, there were many tall stone statues, as if they were dutifully guarding the hall. At the front of the hall, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was about 3 feet tall. Compared to the surrounding stone statues, it was much shorter. However, the stone tablet emitted a strange and powerful aura. What surprised Zhuan even more was that the center of the stone tablet was actually split open with a whirlpool-like black hole. It was as if there was an unknown space on the other side of the black hole. This stone tablet. His gaze focused on the stone tablet. Zhuan's eyebrows furrowed. He could feel that the stone tablet was unusual. Boy, that is the space stone tablet, the stone tablet. The space is of the space of many times. The space is of space. Usually, this kind of space stone tablet is basically used by those ancient sects to store the treasures in the sect, and this space stone tablet should be Falling Star Sects. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuan's mind without warning. It almost gave Zhuan a fright. Space. That means there must be something good inside. Hearing these words, Zhuan's eyes suddenly flashed a glimmer of light. According to Xiao Hei, the Space Stone Tablet was the place where the Falling Star Sect stored the treasures. After all, the Falling Star Sect was one of the ancient sections. There must be a lot of treasures. Perhaps there were also a lot of treasures in the space stone tablet. Theoretically, it is true. However, looking at the appearance of the space stone tablet, it seems that it has been opened by someone. I am afraid that most of the treasures inside have been taken away. Xiao Hei's eyes were like torches. At a glance, she could see that the space stone tablet in front of them had been opened by someone. Zhuan's eyes also showed a touch of disappointment when he heard this. He knew that if the space stone tablet had been opened by someone, it would be impossible for him to take the things inside. They would have been taken away by someone else. No, there is a layer of restriction outside the space stone tablet. If the space stone tablet was taken away by someone else, it is impossible to set a restriction outside. Maybe the person who opened the space stone tablet was someone from the Falling Star sect. Suddenly, Xiao Hei seemed to have noticed something and said. Hearing this, Zhuan also noticed that there was a layer of restriction outside the space stone tablet. He nodded slightly. He knew that if someone opened the space stone tablet, it was impossible to set a restriction outside. Therefore, it must have been set up by someone from the Falling Star sect. Since the restriction was set up, there must be some treasures in the space stone tablet. Thinking of this possibility, Zhuan was relieved. Now he was in short supply of resources and treasures. After all, if he wanted to use the bronze coffin to raise the strength of the puppet Bai Lin to the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm, he would have to spend an endless amount of resources. Since the last time he created Bai Lin, Zhuan's resources had been exhausted. Therefore, entering the ancient ruins this time was an opportunity for Zhuan. As long as he found enough resources, it was possible to speed up the increase of Bai Lin's strength. The more powerful Bai Lin was, the greater his chances of entering the Blood Demon's legacy land. Zhuan's gaze quickly fell on the center of the palace. There were 10 people facing off against each other, and they were clearly divided into 2 factions. One of the factions was led by a bald young man, and there were 7 people in total. All of them had powerful auras, and they were evidently not weak. The bald young man's aura was the most powerful, and he was at the early stage of the ultimate 3-wheel emperor realm. The other faction had fewer people, and the leader was a heroic-looking woman. Her aura was not weak either, and she was also at the early stage of the ultimate 3-wheel emperor realm. However, this woman's condition was not very good, and there was a greenish-black color on her face. Evidently, she had been poisoned. From their clothes, Zhuan could immediately tell that the 7 people were from the Marquis Bai Chuan's residence, and the heroic-looking woman at the head of the group was Ling Tian City's #1 genius, Ling Wushuang. Zhuan had fought against Ling Tian City's #3 genius, Ling Xiaodao, before, so he was not unfamiliar with Ling Tian City. Su Tianyang isn't here. How strange. Zhuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the bald young man, and his gaze became cold and merciless. Back then, Su Tianliang had targeted him at every turn, and the Marquis of Baichuan, Su Chang, had even shamelessly pressured and threatened him. As such, Zhuan deeply detested the Marquis of Baichuan's residence. "Oh, looks like you're planning to take action?" Xiao Hei suddenly said with a smile. "Since they're from a Marquis of Baichuan's residence, I, Zhuan, will naturally take action. If I don't kill a few more geniuses from the Marquis of Baichuan's residence, then Su Chang will think that I'm afraid of him. Does he really think that I, Zhuan, am a pushover?" Zhuan grinned, and his gaze became even colder. He wanted to let Su Chang and Su Tianliang know that if they wanted to kill him, Zhuan, they would have to pay a certain price. At this moment, in the center of the hall, Ling Wushuang held a sword in her right hand. Her originally snow-white face was now covered in a thick greenish-black fog, and it was obvious that she had been deeply poisoned. However, this woman was also quite stubborn. Even though she had been poisoned, she still stood steadily with a sword in her hand, facing the bald young man and the others without the slightest fear. The other 2 geniuses from Ling Tian City, behind Ling Wushuang, also had greenish-black faces. Their strength was not as strong as Ling Wushuang's, so they could not stand steadily at all. They were almost paralyzed on the ground, and their faces were filled with pain. "Su Mutian, you're really despicable. We clearly said that we would break this restriction together, but you secretly poisoned us. Could it be that your Marquis of Baichuan's residence is a group of despicable people like you? Oomph. You really don't deserve to be one of the 5 super forces in the province capital. Ling Wushuang's sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she forced herself to stand up. She coldly stared at the 7 people in front of her, who had mocking expressions. Originally, the 3 geniuses from Ling Tian City were the first to discover the palace and spatial stone steel, and the bald young man and the others had only arrived later. However, due to the Marquis of Baichuan's residence's power, Ling Wushuang did not want to come into conflict with them, so he decided to work together with them to break the restriction. In the beginning, the bald young man, Su Sutian, naturally agreed. However, when they were breaking the formation, Su Sutian actually despicably poisoned the 3 of them, making them unable to exert any strength at all. They were basically at the mercy of Su Sutian. Despicable. Su Mutian shook his head and continued. In this world, the winner takes all. The strong are respected. What we care about is the result, not the process. As long as we can kill the enemy, to me, I'll use whatever method is convenient. Just like the current me, I only need a bit of poison to kill the 3 of you, so why would I waste my strength to fight with you? You can only blame yourselves for being too stupid. So, after you die, be a bit smarter. Su Muqian laughed coldly and waved his right hand as he said coldly, kill the 3 of them. Yes. The 6 geniuses behind him cupped their hands respectfully, then gripped the weapons in their hands tightly as they suddenly shot towards Ling Wushuang and the others. Eerie cold light flashed through the air, forming a mournful arc. It's over. Ling Wushuang gritted her teeth, her pretty face filled with despair. She had never thought that she would actually die here not long after entering the ancient era's ruins. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard as a long cold light suddenly shot out from an inconspicuous corner of the palace. Cold light shot out, and energy swirled in the air. In just an instant, the cold light had arrived before the 6 menacing geniuses. What? The 6 menacing geniuses clearly did not expect such an unforeseen event. Their expressions changed slightly, and then they all drew the weapons in their hands and smashed them against the cold light in front of them. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and countless sparks flew in the air, dazzling and eye-catching. Following this, the 6 geniuses were shocked to find that the weapons in their hands had been shattered into powder. How is this possible? The 6 geniuses stared at the shattered weapons in their hands in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their weapons were all high-ranked spiritual treasures, but they actually shattered upon contact. What exactly was this cold light? Chapter 536. Ling Wushuang boom. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground slowly sounded out within the palace. The 6 geniuses from the Marquis of Baichuan's house, who were originally overbearing, were all frozen on the spot. Then, a cool breeze blew past, and they all fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In front of the 6 of them, a bone spear that emitted a cold light was silently inserted into the ground. In this somewhat dim palace, it seemed to emit a cold light. Who? When the bald youth saw that his 6 subordinates had been instantly killed, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. He suddenly jumped on the spot, and his right hand had already taken out a large broadsword. His gaze was focused on an inconspicuous corner behind him. Just now, he had seen that the bone spear in the palace had flashed out from this corner. What made him even more shocked was that the aura emitted from the bone spear was extremely vast. This was definitely the aura of an Earth rank soul treasure. Moreover, it wasn't just a low Earth rank soul treasure. This was because he felt that the aura of the bone spear was even more powerful than the broadsword in his hand. One had to know that the broadsword in his hand was a genuine low Earth rank soul treasure, and the bone spear's aura was even more powerful than his broadsword. It was at least a middle Earth rank soul treasure, and to be able to possess such a soul treasure, one's strength was definitely comparable to the geniuses that the 5 superpowers had focused on nurturing. adding on the fact that the bone spear had instantly killed his 6 subordinates. The bald youth was naturally extremely fearful of this person. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Clear footsteps slowly sounded out within the palace. In the bald youth's gaze, a slender figure slowly appeared. He wore a black robe, and his short hair that reached his shoulders fluttered in the wind. At the same time, the gazes of Ling Tian City's 3 great geniuses, including Ling Wushuang, were focused on this figure. They really wanted to know who had saved them in that hopeless situation. It's you. The instant the bald youth's gaze focused on this figure, his pupils constricted once again, almost to the size of a needle. An expression of shock appeared on his face. What? Are you very surprised to see me? This figure stood tall and raised his head slightly, revealing a slightly delicate and pretty face. It was Zhuowen, who had made a move at the critical moment. When Ling Wushuang and the other 2 saw Zhuowen, they were also stunned. They did not expect that the person who saved them this time was Zhuowen. They remembered that Zhuowen did not have any interactions with them. Thank you, Brother Zhua, for your help. Ling Tian City will remember this kindness. Although Ling Wushuang was a woman, her way of doing things was no different from a man's. She didn't hesitate in the slightest. She cupped her hands towards Zhuowen, and her valiant face was filled with gratitude. Zhuowen only nodded slightly. The reason why he helped them was not because of Ling Wushuang and the other 2, but because the 7 bald young men were from the house of Marquis Baichuan. Saving them was just a matter of convenience. Ling Wushuang was also a clear-minded person. Seeing Zhuowen like this, he understood that the latter's main purpose was not to save them, but to target Marquis Baichuan and the others. Zhuowen, you're quite bold. Our house of Marquis Baichuan hasn't even looked for you, and you've delivered yourself to our doorstep. The bald young man's gaze was dark as he looked at Zhuowen with some fear. Where's Su Tianliang? Zhuowen waved his hand and stared at the bald young man as he spoke, word by word. Hee. The first crown prince doesn't even need to do anything to deal with you. I, Su Muqian, can kill you. When the time comes, I'll bring your head to the first crown prince. It'll be a great merit. The bald young man's right hand tightened around the large saber on his back as his gaze grew colder and colder. He knew that Zhuowen had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations at the peak of Zhongling Mountain. Zhuowen's strength should be at the early stage of the ultimate king realm, which was about the same as him. However, the bald young man was skilled in using poison. He believed that if he secretly used poison in a battle with Zhuowen, he could definitely kill Zhuowen. Thinking of the reward that Su Tianliang had promised after he killed Zhuowen, the bald young man's gaze toward Zhuowen was already filled with greed. Zhuowen shook his head. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being merciless. I, Zhuowen, will personally find Su Tianliang and take his dog life. As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and an aura that was like that of a ferocious beast from ancient times suddenly swept out. The surrounding air completely boiled, and numerous shapeless vortexes formed around Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen, you really are arrogant enough. Since you want to take the crown prince's life, you're basically, The bald young man could not help but laugh loudly at Zhuowen's shameless boasting. However, when he sensed the terrifying aura from Zhuowen, the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. He was unable to speak at all. He stared fixedly at Zhuowen as disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, the aura emanating from Zhuowen's body actually made his body and soul tremble. He had only felt such a feeling from Su Tianliang, but now, Zhuowen's aura wasn't any weaker than Su Tianliang's. The peak of the ultimate king realm. The bald young man's lips trembled slightly as he finally spat out these words in a trembling voice. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Not far away, the gazes of Ling Wushuang and the other 2 were also gathered on Zhuowen's body in disbelief. They clearly remembered that Zhuowen had just passed through 3 heavenly tribulations not long ago on Zhongling Mountain. How had he suddenly reached the peak of the ultimate king realm? Wasn't the speed a little too fast? Ling Wushuang and the others looked at each other as the same thought emerged in their minds. Zhuowen was really too monstrous. No wonder he could surpass LVE Tao on Zhongling Mountain's ranking. His potential was far beyond what they could compare to. Gulp. The bald young man could not help but gulp as he retreated slightly. He was already cursing in his heart. He could not figure out how Zhuowen had cultivated. He had actually reached the peak of the ultimate king realm in such a short amount of time. This defied all logic. You want to run? Unfortunately, it's too late to run now. Be a good boy and leave your head behind. Zhuowen's face was cold and emotionless. He suddenly took a step forward and shot out like an arrow. He instantly arrived above the bone spear that was stuck in the ground nearby. With a flick of his right hand, the bone spear immediately appeared in his palm. Run! The bald young man roared the moment Zhuowen picked up the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear. He did not hesitate to use his movement technique and flee out of the hall. He knew that he was no match for Zhuowen with his strength as an early-stage ultimate king realm cultivator. If he did not run now, he would definitely die. I've already said it. It's too late to run now. Zhuowen snorted coldly as two pairs of lightning wings immediately unfurled from his back. With a flap of his wings, Zhuowen turned into a streak of lightning and instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the time it took to take a breath, he had already blocked the path of the bald young man who was fleeing in panic. You, Zhuowen, just what do you want? You should know the consequences of offending the Marquis of Baichuan's estate. If you kill me, the Marquis of Baichuan's estate will not let you off, the bald young man said fearfully as he took a few steps back. Zhuowen could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. With a shake of his right hand, the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear immediately transformed into countless white spear shadows. They rained down on the bald young man like countless raindrops. A vicious light flashed through the bald young man's eyes when he saw that Zhuowen had completely ignored him. He suddenly brandished the broadsword in his right hand. Countless rays of piercingly cold light shot out, forming a shield of light in front of him. Child's play. Break for me. The shield of light that the bald young man had set up was instantly reduced to dust by the countless spear shadows. With a whoosh, the bone spear tore through the air like a meteor and instantly swept past the bald young man's neck. Spurt. Blood spurted out as a large head flew into the air. The bald young man's eyes were wide open in anger. He had died with everlasting regret. Ling Wushuang and the others were visibly moved when they saw Zhuowen deal with the three ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators in such a straightforward manner. The three of them were not as strong as the bald young man. If Zhuowen wanted to deal with them, he would probably only need a single move to finish them off. As a result, they were nervous at this moment. They were afraid that Zhuowen would casually finish them off. Zhuowen completely ignored Ling Wushuang and the others. Instead, he directly removed the bald young man's Cosmos sack. After wiping away the imprint on it, Zhuowen inspected it briefly. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. There were quite a few resources in the bald young man's Cosmos sack. Although it was only a drop in the bucket when it came to increasing Bai Lin's strength, it was still much more abundant than the Cosmos sacks he had obtained in the past. At the same time, Zhuowen did the same to the bald young man and the other 6 people's Cosmos sacks. Although the resources in their Cosmos sacks were much lesser, it was still meat. No matter how small a sesame seed was, it was still meat. Zhuowen did not let it go at all. Ling Wushuang and the others revealed strange expressions as they watched Zhuowen collect the Cosmos sacks of the bald young man and the others like a money grubber. After cleaning up the Chinquin bags on the bald young man and the others, Zhuowen casually tossed a few bottles of medicine to Ling Wushuang and said, "I found these things on the bald young man's body. They should be the antidote to the poison." Ling Wushuang's pretty face was full of joy as she received the medicine bottles. She hurriedly thanked Zhuowen. At the same time, Ouyang Hanxian, who was still in the passageway, was still worried about Zhuowen. In the end, he also entered the hall and saw this scene. Zhuowen gave a brief explanation. Ouyang Hanxian also nodded in understanding. However, his gaze toward Zhuowen became even more respectful. Although he had always thought that Zhuowen was very strong, he did not expect him to be so strong that even the bald young man, who was at the early stage of the Emperor realm, was instantly killed by him. After explaining, Zhuan's gaze quickly landed on the space stone tablet in front of him. His eyes were immediately filled with a fiery passion. He wanted to see if there were any treasures left in the space stone tablet of the Falling Star sect. Brother Zhua, the restriction on the surface of the space stone tablet is very terrifying. A three-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator cannot break it at all. I'm afraid that only a four-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator can break it. We've already tried many times in the beginning, but unfortunately, Ling Wushuang suddenly said. Crack. Chapter 537. The Her Garden Crack. A crisp sound gradually reverberated through the entire hall. Following that, cracks actually appeared on the seemingly indestructible restriction on the surface of the spatial steel. Looking at the crack, Ling Wushuang was suddenly speechless. Her beautiful eyes shifted slightly and landed on the slender figure below the crack. Her pretty face was filled with shock. Zhuan's expression was cold. Golden light surged from his body as strange golden veins spread across the surface of his body. They looked like golden worms crawling through his body. Still not breaking? Zhuan's cold voice slowly reverberated through the hall. His right hand formed into a claw and viciously clawed at the restriction in front of him. Golden light shot out like a miniature sun, and a powerful force formed a ring-shaped hurricane. Boom, boom, boom. The claw was so powerful that it practically caused the entire hall to shake violently. Then, the cracks on the surface of the restriction spread out like a spiderweb. In the end, it was reduced to dust. He actually broke through. Ling Wushuang opened her mouth, but in the end, she found that she didn't know what to say. Bitterness filled the corners of her mouth. She still remembered that the three of them, the bald youth, and the others had attacked the restriction together, but they hadn't been able to shake it at all. That was why she had deduced that only a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator could break through the restriction. However, Zhuan was clearly only a three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he had broken through the restriction so easily. Could Zhuan be any more of a freak? At this moment, Zhuan had undoubtedly become unfathomable in Ling Wushuang's eyes. First, he had instantly killed the bald youth and the others. Now, he had easily broken through the restriction on the spatial steel. Just how powerful was he? No wonder he dared to challenge Su Tianliang. It turns out that Zhuan is actually so powerful. Ling Wushuang shook her head. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions as she thought to herself. A trace of joy appeared on Zhuan's face after he broke through the restriction. He'd experienced the might of this restriction before, but his physical body was even more terrifying. His physical body was already comparable to a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he'd been able to break through the restriction with ease. Taking a step forward, Zhuan arrived in front of the Space Stone Tablet. On the surface of the Space Stone Tablet, there was a black vortex. Zhuan knew that this black vortex should be the entrance to the Space Stone Tablet. Brat, let's just go in. The space inside the Space Stone Tablet is very spacious. It's several hundred miles wide and can easily accommodate 1 million people. Xiaohei's voice rang out in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuan also nodded. Soon after, he turned his head and said to Ouyang Hanxian, Brother Hanxian, let's go in together. There might be some treasures hidden inside. Who knows, there might be treasures that are suitable for you. Hearing this, Ouyang Hanxuan's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. He hadn't expected Zhuan to actually invite him into the Space Stone Tablet. After all, it was Zhuan who defeated the bald youth and broken the restriction. He hadn't done anything at all. Brother Zhua, I didn't do anything to receive a reward. I didn't do anything at all. I'm afraid it's not very appropriate for me to go in with you, right? Although Ouyang Hanxian rather desired the treasures inside the Space Stone Tablet, it was all obtained by Zhuan. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. However, Zhuan smiled and said, Don't worry, your Broken Rock City has helped me, Zhuan, a lot. Now it's time for me to repay you. You don't have to be polite with me. Let's go in. Hearing Zhuan's words, Ouyang Hanxian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Under the envious gazes of Ling Wushuang and the other two, he followed behind Zhuowen and entered the space stone tablet. This was a pitch-black space. Above the space, there were spots of light that were like stars, constantly flickering. Looking up at the sky, this scene was too beautiful to behold. Is this the interior of the space stone tablet? The space is quite big. Looking at the spacious surroundings, Ouyang Hanxian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As soon as Zhuowen entered the interior of the space stone tablet, he immediately instructed Xiaohe to use her divine sense to scan the surrounding space to see if there were any other treasures. Continue forward, Xiaohe suddenly instructed in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately brought Ouyang Hanxian forward. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the two of them quickly saw that there was actually a manor in front of them. Manor? Looking at the huge manor in front of them, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian were stunned. They didn't expect that there would actually be such a man-made manor in the space stone tablet. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. After repeatedly discussing with Xiaohe in his mind, Zhuowen immediately brought Ouyang Hanxian into the manor. The moment they entered the manor, their pupils shrank and they were stunned on the spot. This manor is actually a medicinal garden? Ouyang Hanxian opened his mouth and squeezed out these words after a long time. Within the manor, as far as the eye could see, there were stalks of spiritual herbs with overwhelming spiritual energy. Even the air was filled with a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Zhuowen was also shocked. The manor in front of them was hundreds of acres large. With such a large area, it was actually filled with spiritual herbs with overwhelming spiritual energy. Even with Zhuowen's firm will, he couldn't help but gulp. He even saw quite a few level 4 and level 5 spiritual herbs. Brother Zhuo, Ouyang Hanxian was so excited that he was a little out of his wits. He even stuttered when he spoke. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen calmly said, "Be careful. No one knows if there are any mechanisms in this manor." As he spoke, Zhuowen picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground and squeezed it with his right hand. With a flash of golden light, countless stones turned into a golden rain and sprinkled over the manor's hundreds of acres of medicinal garden. After waiting for a moment, there was no reaction from the medicinal garden. Zhuowen's gaze suddenly became fiery as he said, "Brother Hanxian, I'm afraid we've struck it rich this time. Take as much as you want." As soon as his voice fell, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian's eyes immediately turned red. They rushed towards the surrounding medicinal garden. This was the first time they had seen so many spiritual herbs. How could they not be excited? The two of them plundered at an extremely fast speed. They split into two directions and quickly plucked stalks of spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden. Ouyang Hanxian was especially crazy. As long as it was a spiritual herb, no matter what grade it was, he would stuff it into his chinquin bag. However, Zhuowen was much calmer. When he was plucking spiritual herbs, he couldn't stuff all of them into his chinquin bag. Instead, he specifically selected spiritual herbs of 3rd grade and above. This manor was really too big. With hundreds of acres of spiritual herbs, they could be piled up into a small mountain. Therefore, if they were to mindlessly put all of them into his chinquin bag, with the limited space in his chinquin bag, it simply wouldn't be enough. After about an hour, Ouyang Hanxian's chinquin bag was basically filled to the brim with spiritual herbs. He only stopped when he couldn't hold any more spiritual herbs. As for Zhuowen, he was much more careful than Ouyang Hanxian. After carefully selecting and putting all of the spiritual herbs of 3rd grade and above into his chinquin bag, he discovered that there was still some space left in his chinquin bag. However, Zhuowen didn't put the ordinary spiritual herbs into his chinquin bag like Ouyang Hanxian. After all, the energy of those spiritual herbs was too low. Putting them into his chinquin bag would simply take up space. For Zhuowen, they were simply useless. Moreover, this ancient ruin wasn't limited to the Falling Star sect, so he wouldn't fill his chinquin bag completely. Otherwise, when he found better things, it was likely that there wouldn't be enough space. I really didn't expect that there would be such a manor in this space stone tablet. The value of these spiritual herbs is probably comparable to the heritage of our broken rock city. It's a pity that my Chinquin bag doesn't have enough space, so I can only take away a part of it. Ouyang Hanxian looked at the many spiritual herbs around him, and his face suddenly showed a trace of pity. If his Chinquin bag wasn't full, he might really plunder all of the spiritual herbs in this manner. The value of the spiritual herbs in your Chinquin bag is already not cheap. You don't have to be greedy. Zhuowen joked with a smile. Ouyang Hanxian also smiled. Zhuowen was right. His Chinquin bag was full of various spiritual herbs, and their value was probably comparable to an earthly rank spirit treasure. For him, this was a matter of great luck. Let's go. Let's continue to see if there are any other treasures in this space. With that, the two of them once again searched the space. At the same time, Zhuowen also constantly consulted Xiaohe to see if it had found anything. However, the result disappointed the two of them. Except for the manor just now, there were basically no treasures left in this space. The two of them even rummaged through it, but they didn't find the slightest sign of treasure. It seems that only the manor is slightly valuable in this space still. I'm afraid that the other places have been taken away by the people of Falling Star Sect. And I guess that the spiritual herbs in this manor may not have matured yet. So the people of Falling Star Sect didn't touch the medicine garden. So it's convenient for us, Zhuowen said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Ouyang Hanxian nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two of them no longer wasted time in the space steel and directly went out of the space steel. In the hall outside the steel, there was no one at this time. Ling Wushuang and the other two had already left this place. Let's go. Let's go to other ruins to have a look. Maybe there will be other gains. In the hall, Zhuowen suddenly suggested. The most precious thing in Falling Star Sect should be the space steel. Since the things in the space steel have been obtained by us, it's meaningless for us to stay here. Ouyang Hanxian nodded in agreement. Walking out of the tunnel, they came to the outside of the dilapidated hall of Falling Star Sect. There were still some warriors scattered in the hall, constantly searching. They were probably trying their luck. Looking at those warriors, Zhuowen shook his head. He knew that even if these warriors searched for a lifetime, they would not find anything because the most precious treasure of Falling Star Sect had been taken away by them. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the entire historical remnant violently trembled, and then a massive figure of light appeared in the sky. This figure of light had a pair of wings on its back, and its face was filled with a holy expression. Waves of aura flowed out from it, and it was extremely powerful. This is Chapter 538. The birth of the inheritance, key. When the gigantic shadow appeared in the sky, all the warriors in the ruins raised their heads to look at the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. The first legacy key has appeared. I wonder who obtained it? Ouyang Hanchuan's expression was somewhat complicated as he looked at the gigantic light figure. He was very clear about the significance of this phenomenon. Only when one of the inheritance keys hidden within the ancient ruins was obtained by someone would such a phenomenon appear. Brother Zhua, let's go over and take a look. That shadow isn't far from us, so it should be able to arrive soon. Ouyang Hanxian suddenly turned his head and said to Zhuowen, Yes, let's go and take a look. Nodding their heads, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian immediately turned into two streaks of black lightning and rushed towards the location of the light shadow. At the same time, the cultivators in other parts of the land of ancient ruins also had the same thoughts as Ouyang Hanxian as they rushed towards the direction of the glowing figure. There were even some cultivators with malicious intentions who were secretly preparing to snatch the inheritance key. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless sonic booms suddenly rang out as figures rushed out from all directions. All of them rushed towards the location where the inheritance key had appeared. In an instant, black figures covered the entire space. It was quite a spectacular sight. This was a natural basin, and in the middle of the basin stood a magnificent stone statue. The stone statue was of a middle-aged man holding a sword with both hands. He had a dignified appearance, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. At this moment, a figure with an indifferent expression stood on the back of the giant stone statue's hand. His white robe fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant and unrestrained. When the other cultivators in the vicinity arrived at the basin, especially after seeing the figure on the stone statue, all of them were startled. Immediately, their faces revealed embarrassed expressions. This figure was none other than Muqin County's #1 genius, Lve Tao. At this moment, Lve Tao was holding a key that emitted a dazzling white light. Clearly, that was the so-called legacy key. I never thought that the first key would be obtained by Lve Tao. It seems that we don't have a chance. Yeah, Lve Tao is too strong. Competing with him is simply courting death. After seeing Lve Tao on the stone statue, the other cultivators who hurried over cursed in a low voice. Then, they all left this place and continued to search for the inheritance key in the other ruins. At this moment, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian had also arrived at the vicinity of the basin. Looking at the white-clothed youth standing on the stone statue, the two of them shook their heads and secretly praised Lve Tao's luck in their hearts. He had actually obtained the first inheritance key. On the stone statue, Lve Tao seemed to have sensed something. His gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately noticed Zhuowen outside the basin. Nodding slightly at Zhuowen, Lve Tao took a step forward and turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. Clearly, he was planning to head to the land of inheritance. Let's go too. Looking deeply at Lve Tao's departing figure, Zhuowen called out to Ouyang Hanxian and also left the basin. As time passed, one inheritance key after another appeared. Among them, Luo Xing from the Jade Maiden Star Court obtained one. Zhu Qi from the Imperial Sword Sect also obtained one. Qin Batian from the Marquis Residence also obtained one. And Su Tianliang also obtained one. These 4 people were the 5 great geniuses. Although many people's eyes were filled with greed and hope, no one dared to snatch the inheritance keys from the hands of these 4 people. They didn't want to die. Apart from the 5 great geniuses who obtained their respective inheritance keys, 3 other keys were obtained by 3 geniuses from other super cities, including Ling Tian City's Ling Wuxuan. These 3 people were extremely clever. They all knew that their strength and prestige were no match for the 5 super geniuses. So after obtaining the inheritance key, they immediately fled as fast as they could, avoiding the encirclement of the surrounding cultivators. On the other hand, Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxuan's luck was extremely bad. They had rummaged through many ancient remains. Although they had obtained quite a number of resources, they were unable to obtain the inheritance key. This caused the 2 of them to be rather anxious. 8 inheritance keys have already appeared. Now there are only 2 keys left. If someone else gets it first, Brother Zhuo, won't you? Ouyang Hanxian was also somewhat anxious for Zhuowen. He was very clear about Zhuowen's strength. He was completely comparable to the 5 great geniuses. If he obtained the inheritance key, it was very likely that he would obtain an ancient inheritance. However, it was a pity that the heavens did not fulfill their wishes. The 2 of them had searched so hard, but they still did not have the slightest clue about the inheritance key. This made the 2 of them somewhat disappointed. Boom! Suddenly, another huge light shadow rose up not far from Zhuowen and Ouyang Hanxian. It was like a small sun. The 9th inheritance key has appeared. Brother Zhuo, that place is not far from us. Let's go over and take a look. Perhaps we can snatch it. Ouyang Hanxuan's face immediately revealed a trace of joy. Zhuowen's eyes also revealed a trace of light. He was determined to obtain the inheritance key. This time, even if he had to snatch it, he would obtain one. Otherwise, he would not even be able to enter the inheritance land. Let's go. The 2 of them immediately turned into 2 streams of light and rushed towards the light shadow not far away. At this time, the light shadow was located in the ruins of a rather abandoned hall. In the center of the ruins, several figures were constantly flashing and fighting. The sound of metal clashing could be heard incessantly. Because Zhuowen was the closest to this place when he arrived, there were not many people here. However, he knew that if he waited for a long time, the other warriors would probably arrive. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to snatch the inheritance key from dozens of people. Therefore, this time, Zhuan had to act quickly. As far as his eyes could see, Zhuan immediately saw that there were 3 men and 1 woman fighting in the center of the ruins of the hall. The 3 men's auras were surging violently. They should be around the mid-stage of the Ultimate King realm. At this time, the 3 men were jointly attacking the woman in the center. When Zhuan's gaze fell on the besieged woman, he could not help but be startled. This was because the besieged woman was none other than Qing Lian of the Jade Lady Astral Court. Qing Lian's strength was at the mid-stage of the Ultimate King realm. Under the attacks of 3 warriors of the same level, she was in imminent danger. Fortunately, she had a very powerful defensive spirit treasure on her. Facing the attacks of the 3 people, she was barely able to withstand the attacks of the 3. Qing Lian, since you are a genius of the Jade Lady Astral Court, hand over the inheritance key now, and we will immediately let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Among the 3 men, a young man with a hooked nose and a sinister appearance said coldly, "You people of the Imperial Sword School, don't go too far. I clearly found this inheritance key first. You are really damaging the reputation of the Imperial Sword School by taking it by force." Qing Lian clenched her silver teeth and ignored the threat of the hook-nosed man. Good. Since you want to die so much, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Formation, tripartite sword formation. The hook-nosed man sneered. Suddenly, the long swords in their hands turned into strange marks in the void. Then, waves of sword chi burst out from the 3 of them. Immediately, the 3 of them stood in 3 different directions around Qing Lian. Suddenly, countless sword shadows rushed out from the 3 directions. Like a rainstorm, they enveloped Qing Lian in the center. Feeling the terrifying sword shadows around her, Qing Lian's pretty face finally changed. She waved a light blue long sword in her hand and shouted, "Sword Lotus 4 directions." As she spoke, a water blue sword chi protected Qing Lian in the center, forming a blue water lotus. Qing Lian seemed to have become the lotus seed of the water lotus. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded as countless sword shadows frantically smashed onto the water lotus. The powerful impact immediately caused Qing Lian to let out a muffled groan as blood seeped out from her cherry lips. "Break!" the hook-nosed man shouted. The surrounding sword shadows suddenly turned into a hurricane. They rotated counterclockwise and bombarded the water lotus. With a crack, the water lotus shattered into countless blue fragments. "It's over." Qing Lian spat out a mouthful of blood when the water lotus was broken. Her face was as pale as snow. Her eyes reflected the approaching sword shadows, and her face was filled with despair. However, just as she was about to give up, a slender voice suddenly appeared in her eyes. The figure stood with a spear in his hand. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the surrounding sword shadows instantly vanished. "Qing Lian, are you all right?" A clear voice gradually sounded, and a familiar smiling face slowly appeared in Qing Lian's eyes. At this moment, this face remained in Qing Lian's mind for a long time without disappearing. I. Qing Lian's cherry lips parted. Suddenly, a smile bloomed on her pretty face. The man in front of her had saved her once again. At this moment, Qing Lian felt her heartbeat quicken. "You're Zhuan?" Once the sword shadows were broken, the hook-nosed man and the other 2 stared at the young man in front of them with a gloomy expression. Their eyes were filled with fear. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." Scram! Slowly turning around, Zhuan's eyes were filled with calmness. He didn't take the 3 of them seriously at all. However, he did have the right to do so. After all, the 3 of them were only at the mid-stage of the second wheel. Zhuan didn't even need to use his trump cards to defeat them. "How dare you? Zhuan, we know that you've already advanced to the 3rd wheel of the Ultimate Emperor stage. However, the 3 of us aren't necessarily a match for you, even if we work together. It's best if you don't offend the ruling sword order." The hook-nosed man's eyes grew even darker as he spoke coldly. 3 breaths of time is up. Since you won't leave, I'll have to make you suffer." Shaking his head, Zhuowen didn't want to waste any more time with the three of them. After all, more and more people would gather here in a moment. When that time came, all sorts of crooks would be mixed in with the honest folk. Their situation wouldn't be too good. Getting rid of the three of them as soon as possible was the right thing to do. Swish! Zhuowen stomped his foot. His entire body was like a bolt of black lightning as he arrived before the three of them in an instant. Following that, he swung the bone spear in his hand. With a force that tore through the air, it slammed into the three of them. Oof. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to defeat us. Form the tripartite sword formation. The hook-nosed man growled. The three of them formed the formation once again. They swung their swords, and the sword shadows transformed into a violent storm that blasted towards Zhuowen. Chapter 539. Huang Wuji Boom. The tremendous storm of sword images shattered like tofu under the bone spear's attack. Afterwards, the surging bone spear did not lose any momentum at all and directly slammed into the three men's chests. Spurt! Blood violently spurted out as the three men vomited blood. Their faces were ghastly pale as they were sent flying over a dozen meters away. Rocks scattered in all directions as the ground cracked. I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't retreat, don't blame me for being merciless. Raising the bone spear in his right hand, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he pointed the spear tip at the three men in front of him. The hook-nosed young man's eyes flickered as he glanced at Zhuowen with extreme fear. He had never imagined that Zhuowen would be so powerful. He had broken through their combined attack with a single strike. His strength did not seem like a cultivator who had just broken through to the third wheel of the ultimate emperor realm. Let's go. After a moment of silence, the hook-nosed young man still chose to retreat. He did not want to lose his life because of the inheritance key. As a result, the three of them left the ruins in a sorry state. Zhuowen, you've saved me again. Suddenly, Qing Lian arrived before Zhuowen. She took out the flickering inheritance key and passed it to Zhuowen. She said, "From the looks of it, you don't have the inheritance key yet. Take this key." At this moment, Ouyang Hanxian had also arrived by Zhuowen's side. A sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes when he saw that Qing Lian had actually taken the initiative to pass the inheritance key to Zhuowen. However, he quickly revealed a wretched smile that did not match his temperament. "Brother Zhuo, you have to accept Miss Qing Lian's kindness. After all, Miss Qing Lian isn't so nice to everyone." Ouyang Hanxian snickered. Qing Lian immediately blushed when she heard Ouyang Hanxuan's meaningful words. She looked like a tender and juicy red apple, tempting others to take a bite. However, to Qing Lian and Ouyang Hanxuan's disbelief, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "The inheritance key is far too precious. This thing has undeniable benefits to you. I cannot accept it." Clear Lotus grew anxious. She was well aware of Zhuowen's strength. With Zhuowen's strength and potential, he was the most suitable candidate to enter the legacy land. He might even have the chance to obtain an ancient legacy. As for Qing Lian, she was very clear about her own strength. Once she entered the land of inheritance, she would only be able to mingle around the periphery. She would not be able to touch the ancient inheritance at all. Compared to Zhuowen, this key was obviously a waste for her. Say no more. Wasn't there a key left in the ancient ruins? The last key might be obtained by me. Zhuowen shook his head and spoke indifferently. But whoosh, whoosh, just as Qing Lian was about to say something, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. In the distant sky, there were 40 to 50 figures rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, the other warriors have gathered. Qing Lian, hurry up and leave. If you're late, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Zhuowen's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly said to Qing Lian beside him. Qing Lian also saw the black mass of people in the distance, and her pretty face immediately turned ghastly pale. Moreover, when she saw Zhuowen's determined attitude, she could only sigh secretly and say, "Zhuowen, I hope you're lucky enough to obtain the last key." After saying that, Qing Lian did not delay any longer. Her jade feet tapped on the ground, and her entire body flew in the opposite direction like a graceful butterfly, as the inheritance key would emit a rather dazzling light. The crowd that rushed over from afar immediately saw that the inheritance key was with Qing Lian. The man at the front of the crowd in the distance was glaring angrily. When he saw that Qing Lian was about to escape, he shouted loudly. Unknowingly, he had taken out an axe and threw it with his right hand. The axe was like a meteor in the night sky. It cut through the void and directly blasted towards Qing Lian in the distance. What a powerful aura. A trace of surprise involuntarily appeared on Zhuowen's face when he felt the powerful aura of the axe flying through the air. The cultivation of the man at the front had actually reached the ultimate three-wheel emperor realm. Qing Lian's cultivation was only at the intermediate ultimate two-wheel emperor realm. If she was hit by the axe, she would definitely be seriously injured. With a cold snort, Zhuo Wen's right hand, which was holding the shaft of the bone spear, rotated. Immediately, the bone spear shot up. The tip of the spear, which contained a cold glint, accurately struck the axe in midair. The powerful force immediately caused the axe's trajectory to change. It landed 10 meters to the left of Qing Lian. Who is it? How dare you ruin my plans? Just as the broad axe was about to strike Qing Lian, who was fleeing in the distance, it was unexpected that a strange bone spear would appear midway and block the broad axe. This naturally caused the man to be furious and his eyes to crack. Swoosh! Very quickly, the man who had thrown the axe landed in the ruins of the main hall. Qing Lian had long since disappeared, so the man's gaze immediately locked onto Zhuowen below. He clearly remembered that the bone spear that had broken his axe was the work of this brat before him. The man was tall and burly. His eyebrows were vertical, and he gave off a dignified aura. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared coldly at Zhuowen in front of him. He said, "Brat, why did you protect that woman just now? Are you looking to die?" Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, the 30 to 40 cultivators behind them who had been slower had also arrived at the ruins of the main hall. When they saw the tall man and Zhuowen facing off in the distance, they all began to discuss spiritedly. It's actually the #1 genius of the #1 clan in the prefecture capital, the Huang family, Huang Wuji. It's said that Huang Wuji has already reached the intermediate ultimate three-wheel emperor realm. He's extremely powerful. So it's someone from the Huang family. It's said that the Huang family is the only clan in the prefecture capital that's second only to the 5 superforces. As the #1 genius of the Huang family, Huang Wuji is indeed very powerful. The one holding the bone spear seems to be Zhuowen, who broke the record at Zhongling Mountain. I never thought that these two people would actually meet. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. Hearing the discussions around them, the tall man's identity was clear. He was actually a genius of the #1 clan in the prefecture capital, the Huang family. No wonder he was so powerful. He was even more powerful than Ling Tian City's genius, Ling Wushuang. Heh. So you're Zhuowen? Speak. Why did you block my axe? Huang Wuji looked at the inconspicuous Zhuo Wen in astonishment. Zhuo Wen's performance in Zhongling Mountain was extremely valiant. Huang Wuji naturally knew about this. Now that he took a closer look, he really recognized that the young man in front of him was Zhuo Wen. In Huang Wuji's eyes, although Zhuowen's performance at Zhongling Mountain was extremely shocking, his own strength was too low. Therefore, he didn't put this Zhuowen in his eyes at all. Instead, he revealed an ominous glint, his eyes filled with coldness. I just feel that your axe is too much of a hindrance. What? Do you have a problem with it? Zhuowen coldly stared at Zhuowen. He suddenly took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged out. The air around him turned into a spiral around Zhuowen. The aura of an ultimate three-wheel emperor was fully displayed. Zhuowen didn't plan on wasting time with Huang Wuji and the others. Therefore, he directly revealed his own aura so that these people wouldn't bother him. After all, he still planned on searching for the last inheritance key. What an arrogant fellow. Do you think you're amazing just because you took first place at Zhongling Mountain? You're still weaker than me. If you don't give me an explanation, then don't even think about. Huang Wuji was only halfway through his sentence when his expression froze. He stared straight at the youth before him. The aura emanating from the youth before him was even stronger than his own. This was the aura of a peak three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Ultimate three-wheel Emperor? Zhuowen has actually reached the peak of the Ultimate three-wheel Emperor? I remember that Zhuowen has only just undergone his third heavenly tribulation, right? How did he reach this level so quickly? What a freak. Haha. Then Huang Wuji is in for it. If the two of them fight, Huang Wuji will definitely lose. I wonder if Huang Wuji still wants to cause trouble for Zhuowen? An uproar immediately broke out in the surroundings. Some people even had gloating looks in their eyes. They still remembered that Huang Wuji had planned on teaching Zhuowen a lesson. They wondered what Huang Wuji would do now that Zhuowen had revealed the aura of an ultimate three-wheel emperor. Don't think about what? Continue speaking. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and smiled faintly. His indifferent voice slowly rang out in the ruins of the hall. Huang Wuji's heart twitched when he heard this. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. He had never imagined that Zhuowen would actually reach the peak of the ultimate three-wheel emperor. How did this guy cultivate? How could he be so fast? Huang Wuji's expression turned even uglier when he saw Zhuowen closing in on him. He took a few steps back and laughed awkwardly. I was only joking just now. Brother Zhuo, you don't have to take it seriously. Haha. Many people in the surroundings revealed looks of disdain when they heard Huang Wuji's words. They inwardly cursed Huang Wuji for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Even though Huang Wuji was thick-skinned, he still couldn't bear the disdainful gazes from the surroundings. His face burned. However, Zhuowen shook his head. He couldn't afford to waste time here. Finding the last inheritance key was more important. He slowly walked over to where the bone spear was stuck. At this moment, the bone spear was stuck in an inconspicuous rock. Zhuowen didn't pay too much attention to it. He grabbed the spear shaft and pulled it out. To his astonishment, a blazing white light shot out from the crack in the rock the moment the rock cracked. The beam of light pierced through the sky and actually formed a huge shadow in the sky. It looked sacred and dignified. At the same time, a key glowing with light slowly floated up from the crack in the rock and finally stopped in Zhuowen's palm. Chapter 540. Encirclement and Suppression. It's actually the last inheritance key. Above the ruins of the large hall, everyone's gazes were fixed on Zhuowen's palm, where the inheritance key lay quietly. Immediately, everyone's breathing became rough and heavy. At this moment, Zhuowen was also stunned. He had never imagined that the last inheritance key would actually be hidden in such an inconspicuous rock. Even more so, he had never imagined that he would actually stumble upon it. Ouyang Hanxian suddenly came to Zhuowen's side and said solemnly in a low voice, "Brother Zhuo, be careful. There are too many cultivators here. Moreover, this is the last key. I'm afraid that the others will do you harm." Zhuowen only returned to his senses after Ouyang Hanxian's reminder. With a flip of his right hand, he placed the inheritance key into his Qingquan bag. He raised his head slightly and surveyed his surroundings. He saw that the cultivators in the surroundings had actually surrounded him and Ouyang Hanxian at some point in time. Their eyes were filled with greed and desire. There were at least 30 to 40 cultivators in the surroundings. Moreover, most of them were around the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor Realm. There were even a few third-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. With so many people working together, even Zhuowen would find it difficult to deal with them. At this moment, the originally silent Huang Wuji suddenly stood in front of everyone and shouted, "Everyone can see that the last inheritance key has fallen into Zhuowen's hands. This time, we can't let this kid escape." Although this kid is a peak third-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, he's still only one person. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. How can this kid be a match for all of us? As long as we work together and kill this kid, the ownership of the key will depend on our own abilities. How does that sound? After he finished speaking, Huang Wuji's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Zhuowen nearby. There was even a trace of schadenfreude on his face. Earlier, Zhuowen had made a fool of him in front of everyone. That memory was still fresh in his mind. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to play the blame game. Seeing that Huang Wuji had suddenly become active, the surrounding people were dissatisfied with him. However, this wasn't the time for them to dwell on this matter. Instead, they should consider working together to obtain the inheritance key from Zhuowen's hands. Zhuowen stared coldly at the vile Huang Wuji in front of him. A trace of killing intent began to rise in his heart. Originally, he hadn't taken Huang Wuji seriously. Naturally, he had no interest in killing this clown. However, Huang Wuji had actually openly encouraged others to kill him in front of him. This naturally made Zhuowen's mood. Zhuowen was extremely displeased. Brother Han Xian, this place is no longer safe. You should leave the Vitality Tower first. But when suddenly he said to Ouyang Han Xian beside him, Brother Zhuo, be careful. If you're not a match for him, it's best to leave the tower. Ouyang Han Xian also knew that his current strength was weak. If he stayed by Zhuowen's side, he would simply be a burden. He nodded his head and straightforwardly took out his identity token. After that, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared from where he stood. Zhuowen, hand over the inheritance key, and we can spare your life. That's right. Although you're a peak ultimate three-wheel emperor, it's still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. I advise you to hand over the inheritance key. That way, you can suffer less. You're just a cultivator from a small, low-level city. You have no power or influence. Offending a group of people like us is not a wise choice. Hand over the inheritance key. The surrounding cultivators all stared at Zhuowen with fiery eyes, as if they were staring at a delicacy. Moreover, they closed in on him step by step. Their auras burst forth to the extreme, wanting to suppress Zhuowen. Zhuowen, you only have 2 choices now. Hand over the inheritance key or die. At this moment, Huang Wuji also became fearless, as if he had already forgotten the scene of him showing weakness in front of Zhuowen. Clang! Zhuowen lightly flicked the bone spear. The crisp sound was like the roar of a dragon, reverberating through the flat ground. His face was calm as he said indifferently, I won't hand over the inheritance key, and I won't die either. Since you won't hand it over, then go to hell. Everyone attack together and finish off this Zhuowen. So what if this kid is a peak ultimate three-wheel emperor? Under our encirclement, only death awaits him, Huang Wuji shouted, but he didn't charge out first. Although the surrounding people were disdainful of Huang Wuji's actions, they were now facing a common enemy, so they didn't care about Huang Wuji's petty actions. Each of them took out their own unique skills and attacked Zhuowen. Kill this Zhuowen and take the inheritance key. Instantly, everyone used their own moves. For a moment, colorful energy suddenly rose into the air. It was as if a rainbow had appeared in the air. These were the colors of the energy used by the various cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. The colorful energy formed by the various moves was extraordinarily powerful. The surrounding space already showed signs of collapsing. Powerful auras overflowed in all directions. Countless cyclones swirled and rippled as they attacked. The aura of the 5-colored energy caused even the surrounding people to feel a trace of fear. They hadn't imagined that the strange 5-colored energy formed by their random moves would be so powerful. Perhaps even an ordinary 4-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a powerful energy. This Zhuowen is probably dead for sure. This thought flashed through everyone's minds. They could all feel the powerful might of this energy. It's good that this Zhuowen is dead. He made a fool of me, Huang Wuji, so he should be prepared to die. Huang Wuji, who wasn't far away, had a smug look on his face. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't believe that Zhuowen had any chance of surviving such a powerful attack. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was under the colorful energy, had a rare solemn look on his face. He hadn't expected that the combined energy of 30 to 40 cultivators around him would be so terrifying. This level of energy was enough to threaten an ultimate 4-wheel emperor. Advance, and the arrogant dragon will regret. Retreat, and the thistle will grow. Arrogant dragon style, break for me. Stepping forward, Zhuowen gripped the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear with both hands. The spear tilted from top to bottom as his right foot pushed forward. An incomparably powerful aura burst forth. It was as if Zhuowen and the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear had become one. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated above the ruins. Then, the space behind Zhuowen cracked. A dragon head as large as a mountain fell from the crack in space. Countless strands of dragon chi were like strong winds that tore through space and tore through the air. The dragon head, as large as a mountain, opened its ferocious mouth and smashed towards the colorful energy in the sky. When the two collided, an earth-shattering explosion rang out continuously. Countless ring-shaped airwaves spread out in all directions. The space was like glass, directly collapsing and shattering. What a powerful move, but still not enough to break through our combined attack. The expressions of the surrounding people changed when they saw how powerful Zhuowen's arrogant dragon style was. They hurriedly increased the output of their yuan qi. Instantly, the colorful energy in the sky crushed the dragon head. Humph! A cold glint arrived first. Then, the spear struck out like a dragon. Subduing dragon style, come on. Zhuowen's spear momentum did not change. He swung his bone spear and immediately executed the second move of the tyrannical dragon scale bone spear, the subduing dragon style. Suddenly, a dragon's roar filled the sky. A coiled dragon slowly appeared with Zhuowen in the center. Zhuowen could even see the ferocious dragon scales on the coiled dragon's body. They were dazzling and glaring under the light. The subduing dragon style was a defensive move. When Zhuowen saw that the arrogant dragon style could not break through the colorful energy, he naturally did not intend to meet force with force. As long as he defended against the colorful energy, the surrounding people would definitely reveal their weaknesses. After all, everyone had executed their most powerful moves. Their bodies would definitely be empty at that moment. Boom! The colorful energy finally slammed into the coiled dragon. The dragon's roar and the sound of an explosion rang out continuously. Countless spiraling waves of air swirled in all directions, sweeping up the dust. It was a terrifying sight. The surrounding people retreated one after another due to the waves of air. Their gazes were focused on the center of the explosion. They wanted to see if Zhuowen would die a tragic death under such an explosion. Hee, this Zhuowen is dead meat. Huang Wuji crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was filled with confidence as he stared at the center of the explosion. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light, like a small sun, spread out from the center of the explosion. It was as if a sun was slowly rising from the center of the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The center of the explosion suddenly dissipated at this moment. The terrifying, colorful energy seemed to be suppressed by the golden light and was annihilated. Boom, boom. A figure covered in golden light slowly walked out from the center of the dust cloud. This figure raised his head slightly, revealing a delicate and handsome face. It was Zhuowen. When the crowd saw this unscathed figure covered in golden veins, the scene instantly became incomparably silent. Everyone stared blankly at this figure. They hadn't expected that the combined attack of 30 to 40 people would be broken by Zhuowen just like that. One had to know that this kind of energy was enough to threaten a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but Zhuowen had still broken through it. What did this mean? This Zhuowen's strength is comparable to a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. We're no match for him at all. Run. When Zhuowen finally appeared in front of everyone, the surrounding people finally scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. They suddenly fled in all directions. This Zhuowen was really too abnormal. Even the joint forces of 30 to 40 people couldn't kill him. If they didn't flee now, they might not be able to keep their lives. In just an instant, everyone fled like mad dogs. Among them, Huang Wuji fled faster than anyone else. At this moment, he was already 100 miles away. Chapter 541. Golden Dome Bell, do you think you can escape? Zhuowen raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with coldness. He formed a seal with his hands and two pairs of dazzling lightning wings appeared on his back. With a flap of his lightning wings, Zhuowen transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from where he stood. Swoosh! At this moment, Huang Wuji, who was at the very front, had a panicked expression on his face. He cursed in a low voice. How is this Zhuowen so abnormal? He's clearly only a peak Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but he was able to break through the combined attacks of 30 to 40 people. Has he been hiding his strength all this time? A trace of fear appeared on Huang Wuji's face. Earlier, he had been targeting Zhuowen at every turn. He was afraid that Zhuowen wouldn't let him off so easily. Therefore, Huang Wuji was the first to flee when he sensed that something was wrong. I've already fled so far. It's unlikely that Zhuowen will be able to catch up to me. Huang Wuji tilted his head slightly and looked at the ruins of the hall that had almost become a small hay ducked behind him. Fear still lingered on his face. He had truly been shocked when Zhuowen had broken through the five-colored energy with a single hand. Such a powerful energy was enough to threaten the full-powered attack of an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. But Zhuowen had actually broken through it so openly. This could only mean that Zhuowen's strength was comparable to an Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, and he might even be stronger than the average Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. If I encounter this Zhuowen again, I'd better hide as far away as possible. I really can't afford to offend this person. At this moment, Huang Wuji was several thousand kilometers away from the ruins of the hall. He believed that he had already shaken off Zhuowen, so he relaxed slightly and slowed down. Next time? Perhaps there won't be a next time. Suddenly, a cold voice rumbled from behind Huang Wuji. It was like thunder rumbling in Huang Wuji's ears, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What? Huang Wuji's pupil shrank. He turned around and immediately saw a human-shaped lightning bolt several hundred meters behind him. It was approaching him at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, the human-shaped lightning bolt had unknowingly arrived in front of him. The lightning dissipated, revealing a slender figure. Zhua, one? Huang Wuji suddenly stuttered. His eyes reflected the figure in front of him. His lips trembled, and a trace of despair rose in his heart. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so fast. Just as Huang Wuji was about to explain, a cold light streaked across the sky and pierced towards Huang Wuji's neck. The sharp qi pierced through Huang Wuji's body like countless hidden weapons. Zhuowen didn't give Huang Wuji any chance at all. He didn't want to waste his breath on such a despicable person. He would just kill him directly. Seeing that Zhuowen attacked without saying anything, Huang Wuji's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He knew that Zhuowen was determined to kill him. He snorted coldly and no longer retreated. He patted his chinquin bag and took out a small golden bell. Dong dong. The crisp sound of a bell resounded clearly in the sky. The small golden bell gave off a bright golden light and instantly grew into a large golden bell that was several meters tall. It enveloped Huang Wuji's entire body, forming an extremely terrifying defense. Ding! The tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear fiercely bombarded the surface of the large golden bell. Sparks flew and crisp sounds rang out continuously. It couldn't pierce through the large golden bell at all. On the other hand, Zhuowen was forced to retreat more than 10 steps under the impact of the impact. Zhuowen, I know you're very strong, but this golden bell is a top-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. It's in existence at the peak of Earth-tier spirit treasures. Its defense is beyond your imagination. So what if your strength is comparable to a four-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? You still can't break through this golden bell. Within the bell, Huang Wuji stared at Zhuowen with a ferocious expression. His face was filled with a loathsome and disgusting smile, and the corners of his mouth even curled up into a mocking smile. The golden bell was one of the most precious spirit treasures of his Huang family. His father, the patriarch of the Huang family, had made an exception and given such a powerful spirit treasure to Huang Wuji for his safety. It was just in case. Top-grade, Earth-tier spirit treasure. Zhuowen's expression immediately changed when he heard Huang Wuji's words. He hadn't expected that Huang Wuji, who wasn't very strong, would actually possess such a spirit treasure. One had to know that spirit treasures were divided into low, mid, high, and top grade. The top grade was the highest and also the most powerful spirit treasure. The Golden Bell was a top-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. Its power was not something that other spirit treasures could compare to. It was an existence that was extremely close to a heaven-tier spirit treasure. It was no wonder that Zhuan's tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear was unable to do anything to the Golden Bell. After all, there was a huge difference between the two spirit treasures. I don't believe that I can't break through it. A cold light flickered in Zhuan's eyes. He suddenly swung his right hand, and the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear turned into countless spear shadows that fiercely met the Golden Bell. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sparks flew in all directions like meteors falling from the night sky. The crisp sound of metal clashing continuously rang out on the flat ground. However, the Golden Bell was like the toughest tortoise shell. It wasn't damaged at all. On the contrary, the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear in Zhuan's hand actually showed signs of dimming. Haha, Zhuan, I think you should stop wasting your strength. With your strength, it's impossible for you to shatter this Golden Bell. Unless you have strength that surpasses a four-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, you can forget about breaking through the Golden Bell. Seeing that Zhuan was unable to do anything to the Golden Bell, Huang Wuji inside let out a sigh of relief. His face was filled with pride, and the corners of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. Although Zhuan was strong, the Golden Bell was a top-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could shatter. In Huang Wuji's opinion, only an expert as strong as LV Tao might be able to shatter the Golden Bell. As for Zhuan, he probably wasn't qualified. At this moment, Zhuan was truly enraged, especially when he saw Huang Wuji's smug expression inside the Golden Bell cage. It was as if he was asking for a beating, which made Zhuan even angrier. It seems that it's really difficult to shatter this Golden Bell if I don't use my full strength. His eyes flashing, Zhuan finally put away the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear. He knew that the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear was only a mid-grade Earth-tier spirit treasure. It was 2 grades lower than the Golden Bell, so it was impossible for it to shatter the Golden Bell. Seeing Zhuan put away the tyrannical dragon-scale bone spear, Huang Wuji's smug expression became even more intense. He sneered, "Didn't I say it before? With your strength, it's impossible for you to break this Golden Bell. In the end, you're just a lowly citizen of a low-level city. In front of our Huang clan, your low-level city is just like an ant. Hee hee. After leaving the Spirit Tower, you better wash your neck and wait for our Huang clan's revenge. When the time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead." Huang Wuji's face was full of pride. Zhuan ignored Huang Wuji's mockery and took a deep breath. Unknowingly, his pupils had already turned into a golden color, appearing extremely strange. At the same time, a dense golden light gradually appeared around his body. Open 100 acupoints. With a low shout, all 100 acupoints in Zhuan's body opened at this moment. Instantly, the surface of his body was covered with dense and terrifying golden veins. Zhuan's aura also skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. Huang Wuji also noticed Zhuan's abnormality, but he did not take it to heart. He had blind confidence in the Golden Bell. After all, this was one of the Huang clan's most powerful spirit treasures. It was not so easy to shatter. In his opinion, it was impossible for the Golden Bell to shatter. Yo, from the looks of it, you're planning to shatter my Golden Bell with your fists? Huh, how laughable. You better be careful later. Don't hurt your arm. Looking at Zhuan, who was covered in golden light, Huang Wuji did not hold back at all. You don't have to worry, because you're going to be a dead man soon. Zhuan's voice was extremely cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Then he stomped his foot and arrived in front of the Golden Bell in an instant. His right fist, which was covered with golden veins, smashed into the Golden Bell without hesitation. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound suddenly spread out. The seemingly indestructible golden bell actually showed signs of collapsing. Huang Wuji, who was inside, swayed left and right pathetically and crashed into the wall of the bell. What? He actually shook the golden bell? Huang Wuji barely managed to stabilize his body. The complacent look on his face instantly froze and was replaced by a look of disbelief. The young man in front of him actually shook the golden bell with the strength of his physical body. Humph! You only shook the golden bell. You do have some ability, but there's still a long way to go before you can shatter it. Gradually calming down, Huang Wuji revealed a cold smile on his face. Zhuan did not say anything. Instead, he stomped his foot again. The golden light in his eyes burned brighter, and an even more powerful aura burst out. Open 200 acupoints. Muttering, Zhuan punched again. This punch was like a small sun, shooting golden light in all directions and tearing the air apart. Rumble. The fist collided with the golden bell again. This time, the golden bell, which was motionless like a boulder, suddenly buzzed and retreated. The brilliance on its surface gradually dimmed. What? This guy? How is this possible? Huang Wuji, who was inside the golden bell, narrowed his eyes to the size of needles. A trace of shock finally appeared on his face. The brilliance on the surface of the golden bell had dimmed. This was clearly a sign that it was damaged. However, Zhuan did not stop because of this. Zhuan suddenly jumped up, and the golden light on his body reached its peak. He fell from the sky like a falling sun. Open 300 acupoints. Break it for me. Chapter 542. Purple smoke erodes the bone boom. After opening 300 acupoints, Zhuan's strength had reached a level where it could shatter mountains. The intense golden light caused Huang Wuji to involuntarily narrow his eyes. When Zhuan's third punch landed on the golden bell, the world fell silent. Then, an earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the world. The seemingly indestructible golden bell began to shake violently. Cracks began to appear on its surface. The aftermath of the powerful force penetrated the golden bell's surface and seeped into it. Huang Wuji, who was inside the bell, actually spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his ears with both hands as blood slowly flowed out from his 7 orifices. How is this possible? How can Zhuan be so strong? Huang Wuji's face was already filled with shock. He had not expected Zhuan to be so strong that even the golden bell could not block it. This was simply too unbelievable. Crack! A crisp sound slowly rang out. Then, Huang Wuji's pupils shrank as he discovered that cracks had unknowingly appeared on the golden bell's surface. Moreover, these cracks were still spreading. When all the cracks had covered the entire body of the golden bell, the top-grade, Earth-ranked golden bell actually shattered into countless pieces before his eyes. Boom! A fist that was suffused with golden light smashed into Huang Wuji's abdomen amidst the countless fragments. An incomparably powerful force exploded, forming a spiral-shaped storm in the surrounding air. Puchi! Huang Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell from the sky like a withered leaf. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the cold-faced figure above him. At that moment, his eyes were filled with regret. He knew that if he hadn't offended Zhuan, and if he hadn't mocked and ridiculed him, he wouldn't have died in such a manner. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Bang! Huang Wuji directly smashed a huge hole in the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he was no longer breathing. He died with remaining grievances. After dealing with Huang Wuji, Zhuan raised his head slightly and looked around, only to discover that the other cultivators had already fled without a trace. Knowing that even if he chased after them now, it would be pointless, so he had no choice but to give up. Since I've obtained the last legacy key, it's time to head to the land of legacy. Zhuan took out the shiny inheritance key. An ray of light shot out from the key towards the end of the ancient ruins. He knew that the direction of the ray of light was the direction of the inheritance land. At that moment, Zhuan did not hesitate. He stomped his foot, and his speed soared to the limit as he rushed towards the end. There was a trace of passion in his eyes. He knew that, with the blood demon token and the bronze coffin, he had a high chance of successfully obtaining the most powerful inheritance in a land of inheritance. It was also the most dangerous inheritance, the blood demon inheritance. At the end of the ancient ruins, there was a basin that spanned several thousand kilometers. Purple mist lingered around this huge basin. This purple mist was extremely terrifying and contained an extremely terrifying poison. Even if a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator entered this purple mist, they would probably die in less than 10 breaths of time. This showed just how terrifying this purple mist was. This basin surrounded by purple mist was the most mysterious existence in the ancient ruins, the land of inheritance. Only those who held the inheritance key would not be corroded by the terrifying purple mist. This was also the reason why the inheritance key was so important. The most important reason was because of the terrifying purple mist in front of them. Swoosh! A black bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from the horizon and arrived above the huge basin in an instant. Zhuowen lowered his head slightly and stared at the constantly churning purple mist with a grave expression. This purple mist should be the purple mist bone erosion. It's an extremely terrifying miasma. Even a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would probably die in a short period of time if they were to fall into the purple mist bone erosion. This thing was notorious in the ancient times. Xiaohei's voice slowly rang out in his head. His voice had become extremely grave. Clearly, he was extremely fearful of the purple mist bone erosion. Purple mist bone erosion? Even a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator might die? Zhuowen's eyes could not help but narrow when he heard that. Was the purple mist below really so terrifying that even a 9-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator might die if they were to fall into it? You don't need to doubt it. The purple mist bone erosion was extremely infamous in the ancient times. Even the 4 Exalted Realm cultivators were unwilling to fall into it. Although the purple mist bone erosion is unable to kill the 4 Exalted Realm cultivators, it can put them into an extremely miserable state, Xiaohei said cautiously. However, I've investigated earlier. The purple mist bone erosion seems to be extremely fearful of the inheritance key in your hand. As long as you have the inheritance key, you'll be able to successfully pass through the purple mist bone erosion. Zhuo nodded when he heard that. He also understood that the inheritance key was the key to passing through the purple mist. Let's go. With the key in hand, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly entered the purple mist. However, what surprised him was that the moment he entered the purple mist, the key in his hand immediately emitted a gentle white light. The white light was like a protective barrier that surrounded Zhuowen and blocked the corrosion of the purple mist. The gravity in the purple mist is many times stronger than outside. The moment he entered the purple mist, Zhuowen felt his body become heavy. His feet felt as if they were filled with lead and became extremely heavy, causing him to stagger as he walked. The purple mist bone erosion is not an ordinary mist. It is much denser than ordinary mist. That's why you feel your footsteps become heavy within the purple mist bone erosion. It's not because the gravity inside has become stronger, but because the purple mist itself is very heavy, Xiaohei explained rather patiently. Nodding his head, Zhuowen slowly walked forward with heavy steps. He knew that as long as he passed through the purple mist, he would completely enter the boundary of the inheritance ground. Along the way, Zhuowen saw many scattered skeletons. It could be said that the path within the purple mist was like the path to hell. With every few steps, Zhuowen could see piles of white bones. Zhuowen even discovered that some of the skeletons had extremely powerful auras. Even though they had been dead for so long, they were still able to leave behind such powerful auras. The owner of these skeletons must have been extremely terrifying when he was alive. At the very least, he was an existence that far surpassed Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that the owner of these skeletons was very likely a genuine ultimate 9-wheel emperor. Xiaohei was right. The purple mist bone erosion was indeed terrifying. Even an ultimate 9-wheel emperor had perished in this area. This reality caused Zhuowen, who was originally unconcerned, to become vigilant and serious. He knew that the inheritance ground was definitely not simple. If he made a wrong move, he might have to pay the price of his life. After about 2 hours, Zhuowen walked out of the strange purple mist and arrived in front of an extremely grand stone door. The stone door was several hundred meters tall. Zhuowen seemed as tiny as an ant as he stood before it. 2 large stone statues stood on either side of the stone door. The stone statues were dressed in martial attire and wielded huge spears. Their heads were lowered, and their huge eyes silently looked down on all life below the stone door. It was as if the 2 stone statues could see through all the vicissitudes of the world. Looking at the gazes of the 2 statues, Zhuowen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He discovered that if he stared at the gazes of the 2 statues, he could not help but feel a trace of dizziness. Zhuowen was so startled that he hurriedly looked away, not daring to look at the statues again. At this moment, 9 figures sat beneath the huge stone door. Zhuowen's arrival had attracted the attention of the 9 figures. Zhuowen, among the 9 figures, an elegant and beautiful woman suddenly smiled. She hurriedly waved at Zhuowen. She was Qing Lian, who had obtained the 9th key. The other 8 people were the other candidates that possessed the inheritance key. They were respectively LV Yitao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, Qin Batian, Su Tianliang, Ling Wushuang, and 2 men that Zhuowen had never seen before. However, from the presence of the 2 men, they were not very powerful. They were even weaker than Ling Wushuang. Clearly, they were around the peak of the second wheel Ultimate King realm. They were at the bottom of the group. This little bastard really did obtain the last key. Looks like we're quite lucky. Zhu Qi licked his lips. His eyes were bloodshot as he said to Su Tianliang beside him. At this moment, Su Tianliang sneered. He said softly, "This little bastard has come at just the right time. Once we enter the inheritance ground, we'll find an opportunity to kill him. Yes, I definitely won't let this kid go." However, LVE Tao and Luo Xing are both here right now. It's not the right time to act. The 5 ancient inheritances will appear in a moment. Once LVE Tao and Luo Xing have chosen their inheritances, we'll act. Let's see where this little bastard can escape to this time. The corners of Zhu Qi's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Now, he couldn't wait to kill the calm Zhuowen in front of him. Zhuowen smiled and nodded towards Qing Lian. His gaze swept past the 8 people and finally stopped at the nearby Su Tianliang and Zhu Qi, who had ill intentions. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He did not need to guess to know what Zhu Qi and Su Tianliang were talking about. They were probably discussing how to kill him in the inheritance ground. All right, it saved me the trouble of finding the 2 of you. Don't blame me for being merciless when the time comes. Zhuowen softly muttered. He calmly arrived in front of the 9 people. His expression was calm and indifferent. Zhuowen's arrival caused the originally expressionless LV Yitao to slowly stand up. His sharp gaze glanced at Zhuowen as he nodded his head slightly. After which, he loudly said, "Since the 10 of you are all here, everyone should take out their respective inheritance keys. Only by gathering all 10 inheritance keys can the stone door be opened. The ancient inheritance will also appear once again." Chapter 543. Opening the Land of Inheritance. Now, everyone, please take out your respective inheritance keys. LV Yitao stood tall as his indifferent eyes slowly scanned the surrounding people. His calm and solemn voice gently reverberated in the surroundings like a whistling breeze. At the same time, LV Tao did not hesitate to take out the inheritance keys that were suffused with white light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The remaining 9 people did not have any objections as they all took out their respective inheritance keys. The instant the 10 inheritance keys finally appeared together, a dazzling white light gradually rose like the sun, causing the 10 people to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He only felt that the surface of the key lying in his palm had become incomparably hot. It trembled slightly and actually directly left his hand and rushed towards the sky. The situation of the remaining 9 people was not much different. 10 rays of light rushed out from the hands of the 10 people and transformed into 10 fine light pillars. It was a rather spectacular sight. Finally, the 10 light pillars gathered and transformed into 2 light balls that shot towards the forehead of the 2 huge stone statues on both sides of the stone door. Rumble. The moment the ball of light entered the statue, it suddenly began to move. Its pillar-like feet stomped on the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. The ground within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles began to crack inch by inch, forming spiderweb-like cracks. The 10 people in front of the stone door were slightly startled. They all unleashed their movement techniques and dodged this powerful, trembling force in advance. One by one, they lifted their heads and stared at the 2 huge stone statues on both sides of the stone door as a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They actually moved? Why are these 2 stone statues so strange? Juan frowned slightly. He also avoided the surrounding tremors and stopped at a corner. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the 2 huge stone statues on both sides of the stone door. These 2 stone statues were extremely powerful and gave him an irresistible pressure. He knew that it was likely that none of the 10 people present was a match for these 2 stone statues. The 10 inheritance keys have appeared. The ancient land of inheritance has opened. A vast and misty voice suddenly sounded in this area. It was like rolling thunder that shook one's eardrums continuously. Boom! The instant this voice sounded, the 2 stone statues that had suddenly moved once again moved. The huge spears in their hands were simultaneously thrown at the huge stone door in the middle. Kacha! The huge stone door that stood between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the 2 long spears that were like pillars that supported the heavens. Terrifying and dense cracks appeared on the surface of the door, and in the end, it directly shattered into pieces. After shattering the stone door, the 2 stone statues retracted their arms and stood motionless on both sides of the broken stone door. At this moment, the land of succession was finally opened. Go! The 10 people outside the stone door exchanged glances with each other. A fiery hot expression surfaced in their eyes. Immediately, they turned into 10 black figures that rushed towards the already shattered stone door. In an instant, they disappeared from the entrance. The moment the stone door shattered, the entire magnificent Origin Chi Tower actually began to violently shake. A vast and ancient aura slowly flowed out from within. On the platform at the peak of the 2nd level of the Yuan Chi Tower, all the leaders of the various factions also felt the abnormality of the Yuan Chi Tower, and a trace of astonishment appeared in their eyes. What's going on? Why is the Essence Tower shaking all of a sudden? Could it be that something happened in the ruins of the 4th floor? Voices of astonishment continuously sounded out on the platform. Everyone was puzzled by the sudden shaking of the Yuan Chi Tower. 10 inheritance keys have appeared. The land of succession has opened. The vast and ethereal voice sounded out once again. This time, it was like 10,000 bolts of lightning. From the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower, from top to bottom, the rumbling sound spread out and reverberated in everyone's ears. Lu Nantian slightly raised his head, and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. The land of succession of the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower had finally opened. The outcome of who would obtain the ancient inheritance would be revealed very soon. The instant the heavy voice spread out, except for the 10 people who had already entered the land of succession, everyone was sent out of the Yuan Chi Tower. Before the leaders of the various factions on the platform could react, they were wrapped in a pillar of light. When the white light faded, they discovered that they were actually on the huge platform in the middle of the 4 large squares outside the Yuan Chi Tower. The other geniuses on the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower were also sent out. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Obviously, they didn't expect to be sent out so suddenly. The sudden appearance of so many people on the platform immediately attracted the attention of the other people on the 4 large squares. At this time, the remaining city lords and warriors on the 4 large squares were basically eliminated in the first 3 floors of the Yuan Chi Tower. Look, Everyone in the Yuan Chi Tower has basically come out. Does that mean that the result of the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower is out? It shouldn't be yet. Didn't you see that the 5 super geniuses of Muqing County aren't here? That's true. I'm afraid that the competition for the 5 ancient inheritances will be very fierce. It's unrealistic to want the result to come out so quickly. The gazes of everyone in the 4 great squares were gathered on the tall platform. The black mass of people were guessing their own thoughts. Ever since Lu Nantian led the 1,000 city lords into the Yuan Chi Tower, the people outside the tower had no idea what the situation inside was like. They could only obtain some information from the other warriors who had been eliminated. From the words of the warriors who had been eliminated, everyone on the square knew that there was an unprecedented dark horse in this round of the Yuan Chi Tower. That was the genius of the low-level Rot-Tan Armor City, Zhuoan. Originally, the fact that Zhuoan could lead Rot-Tan Armor City into the top 1,000 had already surprised many faction leaders. However, Zhuoan's performance on the 2nd and 3rd floors made everyone somewhat unable to believe their ears. In particular, the city lords on the 4 large squares who hadn't been able to enter the Yuan Chi Tower had faces full of disbelief. This was because they had heard from the warriors who had been eliminated that Zhuoan ranked first in the 3rd floor of the trial. He had directly surpassed the number 1 genius of Muqing County, Lu Yitao. As soon as this bombshell news spread, everyone outside the Yuan Chi Tower boiled over. Who was Lu Yitao? He was the number 1 genius of the House of Marquis Qin and was ranked 15th on the Green Emperor leaderboard. However, such an unattainable genius was actually no match for Zhuoan on the 3rd floor of the trial. Suddenly, everyone felt that there was something wrong with their worldview. They secretly cursed Zhuoan for being too abnormal. In an instant, not only did Zhuoan's name spread around the Yuan Chi Tower, but it even spread throughout the entire county. Countless factions in the county already knew that a genius named Zhuoan had appeared in the Yuan Chi Tower battle and had even surpassed Lu Yitao in one of the trials. On the high platform, Lu Nantian looked at the dense crowd around him and frowned. He waved his right hand, and a powerful force surged out. Some of the unrelated people around him were instantly sent flying back to their respective squares by this force. In just an instant, nearly 1,000 people on the high platform were pushed back to the 4 large squares by Lu Nantian's force. Only 9 people remained on the high platform. 5 of them were the leaders of the 5 super factions. The other 4 were Ling Tian City Lord, Ling Tan, Rot-Tan Armor City Lord, Gu Tian, Roaring Tiger City Lord, He Hu, and Luo Ing City Lord, Luo Chung. The reason these 4 people remained on the high platform was naturally because there were geniuses from their respective cities who had entered the Legacy Land. Thus, they had the qualifications to stand on the high platform. After such a long period of competition, the Yuan Chi Tower battle is finally coming to an end. At this moment, 10 people have already obtained the legacy keys on the 4th floor of the Yuan Chi Tower and have opened the stone door to the Legacy Land. Who among these 10 people will obtain 5 ancient legacies? The results will be revealed very soon. LV Nanshan's voice was as calm and dignified as usual. He gently waved his right hand, and instantly, a vast amount of energy gushed out. Once again, a gigantic light screen appeared in the air. The light screen in the air was densely engraved with the names of all the cultivators who had participated in the Yuan Chi Tower battle. At a glance, there were hundreds of thousands of names. They were so densely packed that they looked like countless insects. After all the cultivators who had participated in the Yuan Chi Tower battle had an identity medallion. This light screen recorded the information obtained from the identity medallions on the cultivators. On the light screen, almost all the cultivators' names were gray. However, there were 10 names that were still emitting a dazzling brilliance. Everyone knew that these 10 names were the 10 people who had finally entered the Legacy Land. At the same time, they were geniuses who had stood out from hundreds of thousands of geniuses. They were geniuses who had both strength and luck. LVE Tao, Luo Xing, Zhu Qi, Su Tianliang, Qin Batian, Zhuoan, Qing Lian, Ling Wushuang, Qinghu Luo Yao. 10 glittering names. At this moment, In everyone's eyes, they were as dazzling as small suns. The final battle is coming. I wonder who will obtain the 5 ancient legacies in the Legacy Land? I'm afraid it will be the 5 super geniuses. After all, among these 10 people, no one is a match for the 5 super geniuses. In my opinion, there is no suspense in the final result. That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten about the biggest dark horse in this year's Yuan Chi Tower battle? Zhuan? He is an existence that has surpassed LV Tao in the 3rd floor of the Zhongling Mountain. Perhaps he can obtain one of the ancient legacies. That Zhuan's potential is indeed strong. However, there's an insurmountable gap between his strength and the 5 super geniuses. It will be difficult for him to obtain one of the ancient legacies. Looking at the 10 glittering names on the light screen, the eyes of everyone in the 4 plazas were incomparably fanatical. Everyone wanted to know who the 5 ancient legacies would belong to. Chapter 544. 5 Ancient Inheritances. I never imagined that Zhuan would actually grow to such an extent. With a faint sigh, the figure faintly shook his head as a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. If anyone saw this person, they would definitely be able to recognize that he was the number 2 genius of the House of Marquis Qin, LV Yongsheng. Ever since he had been overwhelmingly defeated by Zhuan in the Training Mountain, the arrogance on LV Yongsheng's face had long since disappeared. Instead, he had become much more reserved. The crushing defeat at the Training Mountain was a great humiliation to him. It was like a warning to him that there was always someone better than him out there. While the crowd outside the Yuanqi Tower was in an uproar, 10 figures swiftly rushed towards the center of the inheritance ground on the 4th floor like 10 black lightning bolts. The inheritance ground was not very large, only spanning several thousand miles. For the 10 of them, it was as if they were mere feet away. Thus, the 10 of them quickly arrived at the core area of the inheritance ground. We've arrived. At the very front, LVE Tao's indifferent voice suddenly rang out in the ears of the others, following which the 10 of them stopped in their tracks. This was a cemetery that spanned several hundred miles. Within the cemetery, tombstones stood crookedly. Most of the tombstones were already badly damaged and had even cracked open. From time to time, strange and eerie wails and howls would sound out from the surroundings, causing this cemetery to appear extremely strange and terrifying. What a strong Inchi! After entering the range of this cemetery, Zhuan suddenly felt a chill on his body. He immediately noticed that a strange Inchi had gathered around him at an unknown time. The Inchi was formless and colorless, yet they were like worms that burrowed into his body through his pores and corroded his blood and energy. Faintly furrowing his brows, Zhuan slightly clenched his right hand. The Ice Saint rune on the back of his hand emitted an almost undetectable white glow. Soon after, the Yin Shi corroding his body was completely absorbed by the Ice Saint rune on the back of his hand. The Ice Saint rune was the nemesis of Yin Shi. To the Ice Saint rune, the Yin Shi was like a clown jumping around. The other 9 also sensed the strangeness of the Yin Shi in this place. They used the world energy in their bodies to mobilize the surrounding Yuan Qi, forming a layer of light on the surface of their bodies to block the encroachment of the surrounding Yin Qi. Among them, LV Tao, Luo Xing, and the other 2 super geniuses had an easy time dealing with the pervasive Yin Qi around them. Among them, Qing Lian was Luo Xing's junior sister. Her strength was not high, so Luo Xing naturally helped her resist the surrounding Yin Qi. Thus, Qing Lian's expression was normal. However, Ling Wushuang and the other 2 were much weaker. The surrounding Yin Qi caused them to be somewhat flustered. However, they were barely able to resist the corrosion of the Yin Qi. The sorry state of the trio was naturally seen by LV Tao and the rest. Among them, LV Tao and Luo Xing's expressions were calm, and they did not have any other peculiar expressions. However, Su Tianliang, Zhu Qi, and Qin Beishan's eyes more or less revealed a trace of disdain and contempt. From their point of view, the talent of these people was indeed not bad. However, this was only in comparison to other geniuses. If they were compared to super geniuses like them, the gap was extremely huge. That little bastard Zhuoan is probably not much better than these trash, right? Su Tianliang muttered maliciously in his heart. Soon after, his gaze shifted towards Zhuoan, who was nearby. From his point of view, Zhuoan had just undergone 3 world tribulations on Zhongling Mountain. His strength was at most at the initial stage of the 3rd world tribulation. Although such strength could resist the surrounding yin qi, it would be very difficult. However, when Su Tianliang's gaze focused on Zhuoan, his expression suddenly froze and his eyelids twitched slightly. This was because he saw that Zhuoan was standing on the same spot with a normal expression. There was not the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi on the surface of his body. He did not use any defensive techniques at all. This brat. Su Tianliang frowned slightly as his expression became rather puzzled. Zhuoan's abnormal state was finally noticed by the others. In particular, when they saw that Zhuoan did not use any defensive techniques and just stood in the yin qi with a normal expression, they could not help but reveal astonished expressions. Even Lve Tao and Luo Xing glanced at Zhuoan in astonishment. It seems that this brat's physical strength is quite strong. He can actually resist the corrosion of the surrounding yin qi. Zhu Qi's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly glanced at Zhuoan. The corners of his mouth revealed a dangerous arc. Everyone, this is the core area of the inheritance land. The 5 ancient inheritances will soon appear in this area. Whoever obtains the ancient inheritances will have to rely on their own abilities. I believe that no one has any objections, right? Lve Tao said in a clear voice. The other 9 people nodded in succession. Among them, Ling Wushuang and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The 3 of them were considered to be the weakest existences here. It was simply impossible for them to compete with Lve Tao and the other 4 super geniuses. Lve Tao also saw the strange expressions of Ling Wushuang and the others and said indifferently, other than the ancient inheritances, there are naturally other opportunities in the inheritance land. Moreover, there are only 5 ancient inheritances. Therefore, the 5 of you who did not obtain the ancient inheritances can search in the core area. I'm afraid that there are many treasures inside. When Lve Tao said this, Ling Wushuang and the other 2, who were originally smiling bitterly, revealed a relaxed expression. They did not enter the inheritance land to see how Lve Tao and the others obtained the ancient inheritances. Instead, they wanted to obtain some benefits inside. Therefore, when they were in the ancient ruins, they fought so desperately for the inheritance key. Since there were other opportunities inside, their trip to the land of inheritance was not in vain. At the same time, Lve Tao's right hand pointed in front of him. There was a slight heat in his eyes as he said with a slight fluctuation in his voice, "The blood-colored statue in front is the blood demon inheritance that has always stood in the inheritance land. It is the most powerful and terrifying inheritance in the inheritance land. The blood demon inheritance is not like the other ancient inheritances. If you're unable to pass the trial inside, you will definitely die. However, the other inheritances do not have such a characteristic. Therefore, everyone should act according to their abilities. If you're not strong enough, it is best not to choose the blood demon inheritance." When Lve Tao said this, the other 9 people's gazes gathered in the direction his finger was pointing at. At the end of the road, there was a blood-colored statue that was close to 1,000 feet tall. It quietly stood between the heavens and the earth. In front of this statue, Lve Tao and the other 9 people were like ants. They were insignificant. The blood-colored statue's appearance was neither human nor beast. It had the body and limbs of a human, but it had the head of a ferocious beast. It could be said that it looked extremely strange and terrifying. Is this the blood demon inheritance? Staring at the huge blood-colored statue with the head of a beast and the body of a human, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. However, there was a trace of hesitation in his heart. This was because Zhuowen's sharp 5 senses could clearly feel the terrifying and threatening aura emitted from the huge blood-colored statue at the end of the road. This aura caused Zhuowen's heartbeat to involuntarily accelerate. It was as if a little deer was pounding against his heart. Kid, this blood demon inheritance is very dangerous. In my opinion, even if you have the blood demon token and the bronze coffin, I'm afraid that it will not be so easy for you to pass the trial of the blood demon inheritance. At this moment, Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. At this moment, Xiaohei's expression was extremely grave. Her gaze towards the blood demon inheritance was filled with dread and fear. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said with a slightly bitter smile, "The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring. I have no choice but to release it. I have already sworn to the heavens that I have to go this time, even if I don't want to. Otherwise, I will receive a backlash from the heavens and die without a doubt." In his sea of consciousness, Xiaohei suddenly became silent for a moment. Then, she sighed softly and said, "When you enter the blood demon inheritance, try to be as careful as possible. This time, it bodes ill rather than well for you. The dangers of this blood demon inheritance are beyond my expectations. I can only take one step at a time." Zhuo nodded and said no more. The other 9 people's gazes towards the blood demon inheritance were also filled with dread. They were very clear about the terror of this blood demon inheritance. One must know that the peerless genius of the previous Vitality Tower battle, Lu Hantian, also fell because of this blood demon inheritance. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 5 earth-shattering sounds broke through the air, like the pressure of the deep sea, and suddenly resounded in this court area. Then, 5 streams of light suddenly fell from the void, like 5 meteors. Boom! The 5 streams of light instantly smashed into the open space hundreds of meters away from the 10 people. For a moment, the ground cracked and dust filled the air. When the dust gradually dispersed, the 10 people who were hundreds of meters away suddenly saw that on the open space, there were 5 stone statues of different shapes that were hundreds of meters tall. The first stone statue was of a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and his head raised to look at the void. The stone statue was lifelike and had a surging aura. It was the one with the strongest aura among the 5 stone statues. A stream of light condensed above the middle-aged man's head and turned into a huge golden handwriting. Heaven Stage Sect, Tiangang Sect. Obviously, the golden handwriting should be introducing the inheritance contained in this stone statue. It was the inheritance of a sect called Tiangang Sect from ancient times. Moreover, it was a Heaven Stage Sect and should be one of the higher-ranked sects in ancient times. The second stone statue was of a young girl in a gauze gown. Her aura was no weaker than the middle-aged man's. It was the Heaven Stage Sect, Yaoqi Immortal Park. The auras of the remaining 3 stone statues were slightly weaker. One of them was a man holding a long sword. One was a strong man with a body as strong as an ox. And the last one was an elegant young man holding a folding fan. These 3 inheritances were of a lower level than the previous 2 stone statues. They were Earth Stage sects, Windsword Sect, Barbarian Mountain Sect, and Carefree Manor. Although their levels were lower than the previous 2 Tiangang Sect and Yaoqi Immortal Park, their auras were not ordinary. Obviously, the inheritances inside were not weak. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.